there to the middle, it'll end up. Good luck, guys. Good luck, good luck. Yeah.
Hers was perfect. It's lag. Good lag. Oh, it's all right. It's a fast take. What's hard to lag on? All right, so you guys. All right. A lot of turkeys racking on the outside. Let's try to see what's the break.
Yes.
Tony's probably gonna kill me for this. This is on camera, right? I'm wearing a brutal hat. I didn't know I was gonna be on camera doing this. Sorry, Tony, if you're watching. Was not. I didn't know that I was gonna be on camera.
You get one airmail like right now, right?
Yeah. No, I got some in the car. I probably need to go switch. You know what I'm saying? Like I wear other hats when I'm not on the camera. Sometimes, but.
Hey. Oh my gosh. We have a poke and hope situation. Poke and hope. So just try to aim straight at the two ball, dead straight. You know what I mean? Yeah, baby! How'd you hit it? That's my girl, everyone. This is my girl, my partner.
Well, I feel like we didn't really get a chance to defend ourselves.
Thank you, Sel.
That one even there. They broke it right out of this.
Is that the
Wow.
first break you got?
That wasn't even fair. We didn't get a chance to shoot.
Did they get her shot?
That's cool, John. I know.
It's shared on your page, so your page. We shared it.
You're up next?
friends, like our old friends, they have some.
Slow my stroke down too much, but I feel like I kind of have to.
All right, guys, up next, Jeremy is Jordan. And with Jody, we have Caleb. Caleb.
All right, Caleb, let's go.
We get a shot at your shoe.
Anyone wants to be, if anyone wants to
This
be
one and a
a
scratch.
friend with me on Facebook, friend request me today. I will look for your names and,
I told Jordan no matter what she should do.
because there's so many names and I get so many requests that I send them out there periodically. Unless I know today, if you friend request me, if you already did,
All right.
cancel the
Caleb,
request and
Jordan,
then
you guys go ahead and lag while Jeanette finishes talking.
and then I'll just go ahead and, yes.
Okay, Caleb, you have a lag, right?
Take up 30 minutes.
So basically, you just want to try and get as close to this rail as possible.
Yes, sir.
No mercy, Jordan. I don't care how cute a kid Caleb is. No mercy.
That was Black
Good luck,
Widow.
Jordan.
All right, Caleb. Use that good stroke. Good luck, Joey. Dirty rat. Little rolls. Just roll. He's going 3 up and down.
3 rails. All right.
That was a hard one to beat anyway.
We didn't want the break anyway.
Hey, what are you doing in December, Jordan? Can you come lag for Team USA in December? Red, white, and blue. You got some red, white, and blue you can put on?
Yeah.
Well,
I saw that video from you guys a year ago when you were dancing.
You're breaking those.
the bottom up. And the metal joint looks like a post. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It'll make it anymore.
You might not notice it.
And then in my notes, it has.
The Oklahoma rack.
Got
The
him.
hourglass and the Black Widow.
Hey, that's not supposed to happen on my rack.
Yeah. Dang, I thought y'all were friends.
I mean, you know.
It quits once you enter the
Oh
ring.
yeah. We're in the arena now. Jordan's out for blood. Shot. Oh,
They
man.
deserve that.
Wait, you're supposed to be shooting the 3 next, right?
All the balls are grouped up together.
Yeah.
You got this. Y'all can turn your head if you want for just a moment. It's gonna be a good hit, undoubtedly.
I had no question whatsoever. Okay.
Joey's not allowed to rack the balls the rest of the day.
Come on over here, Caleb.
2-way.
I like this shot for you. All right. You're left-handed, right? Okay, all right.
No,
Well, we're gonna shoot at the
his brother's
I know.
lefty.
I was hoping he was lefty.
I think he can still.
I think he can shoot at this ball. Come on. Go ahead and line
Frank,
up on
cut
the
the
3.
three in.
This is all you, buddy. We're lining up on the 3.
Hit like the left
Trust my
hand.
line right there. Right there. That's very
A little
good.
more cut. A little more cut. On the 3.
Close.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice and still.
Big stroke.
Big stroke, buddy.
Hey!
Very nice. Good shot. Good shot. Hey, give me some. Give me some. I was hoping you didn't die too, so I didn't have to shoot, but. I smell what she's about to do.
She's gonna keep you in your chair. Leave him alone.
Oh no.
Long and straight.
Oh no. I need at least 4 balls of angle. Oh, I think that's pushing it. Caleb, you ready to get this cash? Bridge length.
You ever seen Caddyshack? Noonan. Noonan.
Who?
Noonan. That's the best. You ever seen Caddyshack?
Dude, that pocket moved on me, bro. What are you talking about? We gotta make that. Good shot, Jay. All right.
Get this one. Jordan, I knew I could maybe get over the wall.
Oh, you had him. I let him slip, man. I could have been 3-0.
Sharking. Jordan?
I let you down, buddy. I let you down.
All right, up next with Jeanette and Josh, we have with Jeanette, Adam. And with Josh, we have Thomas.
Big match. Big match. Huh?
Okay, everyone that sees my picture,
Well,
face
he's a
my
golfer. I
camera.
know he's seen Caddyshack.
Yay! Awesome.
Right here, right here, right here.
All right.
All right, who's Adam? Yes.
All right.
Oh, on the bridge? John?
What I was thinking, I'm like, yeah, so I need to. Oh, nice flag. These guys.
Wow, even better lag.
Woo, both of you.
Good lag, guys. All right, so
All right. I cannot bend down and lag. Break. I mean, right. Cute one. Cute one.
I don't care. Is it right?
usually most tournaments are CMOs, we used to use the rack. We use the rack.
Sounds good.
Yep, the rack's important. Learn how to do it. No, there's no longer a rack for each other. All right, Jeanette, try not to make it perfect for him this time, all right? Make where we get a shot. We want to shoot. No, she's shaped her up perfect where she doesn't have to stop the ball, but I mean, still a 9-foot shot. She did.
It was still, yeah, it was still.
Any of us could have missed it. Tough shot work. Solid.
That was a very nice break.
so bouncy, I was
Yep,
kind of
stun it.
afraid, you know, it's really bouncy. This is the only one that's predator though?
Alright,
Give it another chance, sir.
that's the way to leave them. That's the way to leave them. Hey, there's no safeties allowed.
I left your piece of it anyway. It's all right.
I'm pretty sure that's unsportsmanlike.
I didn't like the shot he left. I kind of felt like that was a
I think
safety.
it's unsportsmanlike.
You get some speed on it, you try that hitting both of it.
Booger.
Oh, I didn't see one around. Did we get
It
it?
almost hit a rail. Doesn't that count?
No, I think we get ball in hand there, boss.
You don't know the rules. I wouldn't trust him.
Don't be scared. Shoot it in. Shoot it in.
I wouldn't trust him. This is.
That's
You see, that's what you get for trusting that man. He just steered you wrong.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Hey Thomas, wait for the 6.
Don't even do anything fancy. Just a little bit of draw, keep it right there. Nice. Can someone help me out and get us a couple better pieces of chalk? Because these are all like up down.
Here comes a good piece.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean. See, the problem with this is that I can carom it, but if I catch it low, I go draw right there. Should we just make the 4 and play position 5? Do you think I'll be in 4 position, or should I carry?
If I'm playing competition, I'm carry the six.
I mean, 6 people. We can position on the 5 and 5. Scratch would be fine.
That's the risk you got to take.
Baby, I'm not gonna be hitting it too hard, and anywhere that I catch any part of the 6 or the 8, I make the 9. Rather than
Some
trying
of
to
the
do it
shots you
this
don't
way.
take, remember that.
Josh, do it.
Yeah.
Josh is taking it.
100%.
Get in it now. 100%.
100%. Right at it.
Is someone talking trash?
No, I said that's the right
Because
shot.
up there now, I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay, well show me
It
something
won't
then.
end well.
Show me something then.
I'm undecided. I'm undecided. Sassafras.
on, Tyler.
Right now, don't make Marianne wait.
That's
I'm
correct.
looking at y'all. I see you.
Yeah, one game penalty is.
That backswing better stop in its tracks. I see someone bending down.
He's hiding.
Okay.
That's Tyler.
So, how thankful are we for Joey and Jeanette and Jody? So as a little thank you, we had these plaques made for you guys.
Oh, no way.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much.
Guys.
Yeah.
Hey, look, there I am.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
Yes, you
Yeah.
guys have been
And
awesome.
Marianne, of course.
Marianne and her team have been awesome as well. Thank you very much. I think for the first, for the first junior event here that you've run, I think it's incredible. Incredible job.
Look, I
Think of
couldn't do
so many
it.
little details.
I could not do it without Jimmy, Justin, Susie.
Come on!
Becky. I could not have done this without them.
Thank you, guys.
And Sophia.
And Sophia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you, everybody.
It's been an honor to be part of this.
Joey, is it hot in here, buddy? No? No?
Here at the table with our kids.
I said I wasn't gonna cry. I said I wasn't gonna cry.
Oh, yeah, that was happening, Joey.
I'm not crying, you're crying. No, I'm not, you're.
Right there, your Alex right there.
Yeah, these dang allergies are brutal. Yeah. All day.
You want a picture or something?
Yes, sir, she's looking for her jacket,
I think it would be cool to have this background.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're still streaming, man. The camera's running, so it'd be great to have that deal.
That in the middle?
Oh, the camera was that way.
Yeah, the camera's facing this way.
So we should have had our chairs over here,
Let's see that
so
way.
they could see us picture.
Marianne, Marianne, get on in here.
Yeah.
Marianne.
Get in the middle, get in the middle.
There's two ladies in the middle, yeah.
Ready?
There you go.
One.
Here, you can hold part of it too with,
1, 2, 3. Tilt that down just a little bit. There you go. 1, 2. One more. 1, 2. Thank you.
This is really special to me. You kids have been so respectful and get along great and everything. It's just been awesome.
hey, back to business over here.
All right, back to business.
So we got Jared, me and you here? That's good.
Nice glove you got there.
Oh, yeah, that's the. Who's Joey?
Jeremy is with Jeremy, Jared, and Joey is with Leah.
Joey and Sophia, is that what you said?
Me and Liam.
Oh, Liam. What's up, bro? All right, y'all two lag. Liam, all right, when you lag, you know what to do. You want to try and roll the ball down the table and get closest to this rail as you can. Okay, got it? Are you left? No, you're right. There we go, guys.
Hey, good luck, Jared. Yeah, whatever.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
What am I doing? Is this my water, guys? It's not
Not mine.
Hey, that was a good
Hey,
stroke.
there we go.
I
All
like
right, guys, if you guys have already played, please go over to the
that lag.
merchandise table, give them a second to get set up.
You were saying about
Go in and
Moscow,
order your
remember?
meals. Juniors, you may go order your meals.
All right, Liam. Remember your training.
Have fun, man. Blame everything on Joey.
told him it's a double-edged sword when you're a teacher. You miss because you're teaching them what not to do.
That's right.
And then when you make it, you're teaching them what.
Yeah. We just don't tell you beforehand.
Yeah.
Right after the show.
We make you guess.
There we go.
Good
There
break.
we go. Dress up, baby.
Oh, we gonna get our first break and run?
Maybe. They had a combo over there.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
Come on now.
Where'd that free ball come from?
Thought I'd raise the six.
Jeremy, that's like whenever I hit it right behind a tree, I'm like,
There we go.
can't believe they put that
That's
tree
okay.
there in fairway.
What do you think about this though? 3 rails. You can hit it with some speed, just a little bit of left spin, about here. Out there. No, it'll go around. Yeah. Just a little left spin. Not much. A little more left. Nice and firm. Nice and hard. Watch the stroke.
Howdy, hit it. Backside. All right, all right. All right, Liam, you got this. You got ball in hand, buddy.
Good try.
There you go. You get ball in hand. Where we want to go with this ball. Okay, all right. All right. Yeah, what's going on? Good shot.
Look at that chop. I know I've seen that. It's like a ninja star or like
Yeah.
throw it. Take it out.
I've always shot like that. I don't know why.
No, that's fine. I've seen it like that. Well, simple. There you go.
Go, Liam.
It goes. You got it.
Rose, buddy.
He's got a straight eye. Oh, man. Good try, buddy.
All right, let's see if I can not snooker my partner here. A little bouncy. Josh, would you come shoot this for me? Where's Josh? Oh boy. Wow. Wrong side of the ball. There you go, Joe. Ooh. When's lunch? Ooh.
You got some binoculars? It's a lot of blue. Loosen up that shoulder.
I thought he was about to flex for us. Do the whole.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh,
Good try.
man.
Good try. All right. You can go forward. No problem.
all I was having.
Liam don't want to hear it. Did you see that face he just gave her?
I know, he didn't like it. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh my God. What do you mean? One pocket shot. Hey!
Oh my God.
What'd you think of that one, Josh? You like that 3 rail? Say these.
What is going on? All right, Liam, you got this, bro. All right, so all we got to do is hit this ball 8 rails.
He's like, wait, what?
All right, so let's line up. What are we thinking? I think we can cut this ball in. Absolutely. Go ahead and fire at it. You want to fire at it? Let that stroke out, kid.
Let it rip.
Let that stroke out.
Make sure you're hitting it nice and solid.
Nice and
There
solid.
we go.
Nice and solid.
Big swing.
Nice shot.
Ah, he's putting me on the rail here.
He knows the safeties. Way to go.
All right, I better bank it. At least make it close.
Liam, good shot. Which pocket do we want me to make it in? I'm just joking. Hey, Liam, you were working with the bridge yesterday, right? Let's see what you got. Let's get that bridge out.
That's a steel one though. That
Yeah.
might beat up the cube.
All right. Remember your training.
What is that from? Conan the Barbarian?
I don't know. It's something
I
I
think
said.
that's what it is. Right? The guy with the Chinese guy with
Yeah.
he had that kind of voice. He's pretty good. Oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, man. Good try, good try, good try.
No mercy. Aaron.
Hey, that was a good stroke, man. Good stroke.
Twice as nice.
way.
Twice as
Oh, no! Wow.
man.
Liam, you got this, dude. It's all you, dude.
Oh, Liam shooting it?
Oh, yeah.
We won't make him shoot.
Yeah, he does.
We'd make you shoot it, Joe.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I just know I'm going to miss ball again. I think Liam's got this figured out. He's got this. Good game, sir. Good game, sir.
All right, next up with
Dude,
Jeanette, we have
carry you off
Brooklyn.
the court.
With Josh, we have Sophia.
Well, it's not mine. So there's a few of them around.
She started it. She said, take that job.
Somebody keeps trying to knock my knees out.
That was me. I racked it last. It must have bounced out. I kind of just threw it in there. It wasn't on purpose, that's right.
I'm confused.
Wow.
Let's go.
What teams are little bit?
That was an amazing
That was a great shot.
A little bit too
Wow.
soft, obviously, but gotta wait for me a little bit.
The lines are still clean. You see that?
Ooh, I was like, so ready to be like, how you like it, Josh?
I know you were.
You didn't know it, but Sophia's on my team. She's on the ladies' side. She doesn't even know it. Okay, all right, not bad for a man. Not bad. Very good job.
You can go in there if you want. I'll throw it. That works too.
Nice job.
Got a lot of pressure on that shot. Shoot behind the chin.
You guys are
Yeah, that may be right.
You know what I mean?
I don't think Sophia would have messed up.
Too much. Too much spin.
You might get another shot, Chad. You might.
That was a good try. It left me tough.
Said bank it.
It's the least you can do.
In the kitchen, right? In the kitchen, right?
It's not gonna be one rail.
Got 3 rails right here.
We're gonna go 4.
All right. Make it.
3 railer goes short every time on this table, so let's see if it'll go short for the other time. It was a little high.
Is it my shot?
It is your shot. She missed the 9.
have not ordered your food, please go do so. If you have not ordered your food, please go do so.
Oh, biscuit. Oh. Like nothing happened. No, it probably would. Or even come down with the yeah, you did good. This tip's a little small. Yeah, I don't feel it much.
This table's quite tough.
Yeah, it is. I'm not gonna lie. That's what cost me all these shots to take.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's me too, man. Honestly, I underhit my balls trying to get too many. I really was. I'm really trying to do it.
I'll go cheap in the cup.
We're trying to go cheap in the cup.
Ah.
No, not that little tricky shit.
Yeah. Effort.
Effort, yeah, flow, kind of low inside the finish. Just if you want to do a slight draw, stop. That's fine. I got the perfect angle where it's at. Cutting edge.
It's that spin shot.
It is. Yeah.
Spin it in, you gotta hit it thick.
Spin it in, you gotta hit thick.
I know I'm not gonna have a lot of time to eat.
So you gotta hit it hard but soft at the same time.
So it takes
No, it's a good ball. It's just stick. Yeah. They're not good, huh?
Okay, okay, okay. No, no, I'll call you back.
You look here now. You don't need to hit no ball. You gotta hit the ground running. They waiting on you. Lag ball. Those sports and shit like that. They waiting.
Who's my partner?
This little buddy right here.
You made my day. Yes, you did.
All right, folks. Y'all ready to have a big day?
My partner.
You like?
Hey.
Yeah, my name.
I just want to keep. Everyone does that too.
He said he was playing volleyball.
Oh, wait, you gotta shake your partner's hand. You gotta fist bump. There you
You
go.
want to just try to get that ball as close to the rail as you can, all right?
So nice and easy.
Nice and easy.
Oh, make the one. Doesn't count. Oh well, they gotta do it again. You get a second chance.
All right, try to shoot it straight right down in here.
No English, okay? Make sure you're hitting the center of the ball and hit it easier. Well, he hit it easier and he hit it straight. So he takes directions well. He takes directions well.
Yeah,
It was a much better lag. Good job. Now,
all right.
hang out over here so the camera's over there.
All right, guys. Good luck.
situations where we don't get to shoot. Because that's unsportsmanlike. I heard about you.
What you hear about me? I hope nothing too
I
bad.
heard about your moves.
Moves?
but you told me to shoot ours straight in.
Well, because y'all didn't get a chance to shoot. You just said that.
Oh, partner, knock that baby in. Win it.
Come on, you got it.
Come on, Joshua.
Oh, you want to use the bridge? He's like, I got this. I got this woman. Thank you. Good job. Partner.
All right, up next,
Good job.
All right, let me get a better one.
Brennan and Joey, Deke and Jeremy.
So you're there.
Brennan and Joey, Deke and Jeremy.
Oh, crap. I have to play Deke again.
You are playing with Deke.
You're up too, Brennan? This, y'all two are like a future grudge match that's been going on for 30 years, right?
I've played Deke 3 times
I know you
already.
remember every one of them, don't you?
This is my third time playing.
Y'all are gonna be playing each other for the next, like, 4 decades.
40 years.
All right, Joey, get your foot up.
Hey, hey, hey. Wait, who's on my team?
Me!
Yeah, Brennan.
Go.
I'm here.
All right, you gotta lag them up there, Brennan.
Stop.
That's good, that's in. See?
Hey, hey.
What's wrong? Everything okay?
Have all the kids play?
Not yet. It's close. It's
Good
good.
luck, Deke.
Rack them up, Joe.
So the one goes in the front?
Yes. What goes in the front?
I would check that rack. I'll do it for you, actually.
Listen here. I would never give Deke a bad rack.
We'll give you that rat. I will give you that game.
Oh!
It's nothing personal, it's just in his blood.
Yeah, someone gets me.
Hey, I'm not rooting against you. I'm just not rooting for you. You know what I mean?
So, it's half and half.
Hey, it's like a lot of things. It's complicated.
Look, you check that line. Make sure you're in the right spot. All right, all right. Hey. My man.
Oh, that was nice.
He hit him too good. The Oklahoma rack didn't work.
All right, cutting
I
in.
like the rat.
Cutting
I
in.
like the rat.
Hey, cutting edge right here, Deke. Good shot.
Oh.
Wow. Good rock.
It's about as close as I get one, Deke. Yeah, it's kind of gritty. So if it catches any rail, grab it down. You guys gotta have patience today. Well, it's just gonna be control and cue, a little tough on the bounce. Just be patient, you know. Shot. Try, Brennan.
Oh,
Ah, never mind.
backup plan.
You spoke too soon.
All right. Is this cutting edge, guys?
Yeah. Sweet thing about 9-ball, no, it's over balls with off the rail. That
It
cuts
definitely
deep.
is cutting edge.
Yeah, it cuts off.
I'm not cutting edge.
The miss on the bank was a lot better.
Actually, I like 4.
This guy. Yeah, we didn't teach anybody cheese.
Cheese whiz, baby. sweet of a stroke for that.
I know, instincts are too good for that. We got hard luck, deep. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I hit the two pretty
Bank shot.
decent.
3-roll bank shot. I call it 3-roll bank shot.
3-row bank?
Slam perfect.
What do you think, Deke? I mean, what do you think, Brennan? 3-row bank? No, he
No
said
mercy,
go
he
for the
said.
throat.
We talked about his previous matches. Great out, guys. Great out. It was all you, Brennan.
It was. Sure.
I'm
Hey,
the one against you, Deke.
Deke,
It was halfway, thank you.
Deke, good luck today, bro.
He said
All right, up next with Josh, we have Conrad. With Jeanette, we have Jacoby.
I think it's already started. Because he hadn't forgotten. Like, I played him 3 times already.
I got my partner for missing the 2-ball shot.
Yeah, perfect. What'd you say, Bob?
Said let me finish the 2-ball shot.
Yeah. You broke good.
All right, guys, Conrad, you are with Josh. Jacoby, you are with Miss Jeanette Lee. Jeanette, you are with Jacoby. Josh, you are with Conrad.
Alrighty.
All right.
That's Conrad.
Good luck, guys. Play well. You two are gonna lag it out. Play well.
No, I got 2 things. Yeah, I know. Good.
Yeah, like on that end. So that way you can't hit the cue ball. I'll go this way.
Oh.
No, actually,
You want to try to get closest to that back row that your hands on. You want to hit it hard enough to get back to the back row. Whoever's closest wins the leg. Oh, okay. All right.
I guess we'll do that on the next one.
Yeah. You basically want to hit
You just want to get closest to that rail as close as you can. Whoever it is. See what I mean?
You don't want to go crazy off.
Yeah, you just wanted to go one rail and safe before earning that shot.
I would say the two ball, there's not really a good clear. I was gonna say you could take a whack at the nine right now, but that's better. All right, where were you gonna put the cue ball? Okay, so I think if you were to put it here, you would just follow it naturally. It'd be easier than trying to draw it back, you know? And ideally, put you further back so it actually follows. And then I want to end up on this line. So you have to decide to either follow it to here or to follow it to the rail and let it bounce. I always like hitting the rail and bouncing, but just hit it above center, tip the back of the cue down, yeah, there you go, and above center, and just nice smooth stroke. Nice. You're so awesome. You're so awesome.
Hey, Conrad, sharkins allowed over there. I'm sure.
Who is that? Somebody wants some of me after this?
Oh no, Josh is good. Game might take 35 minutes.
Played it so long, I'm just not seeing it like I should be. If you hit it hard enough, something's gonna go. Woohoo! I think you can miss the, oh, you're gonna go for the commentator? No, say that again. You think you're gonna, you're gonna hit the three into the eight and make the eight? Is that what you're saying? Okay. You wanna do that? You could also bank the three. All right, let's go with what you feel comfortable with. Was a good try. Just make sure that whatever you decide to do, make sure that you do it confidently. It doesn't have to be hard, but you want to be committed. You know what I mean? To whatever shot it is. So that means that you follow through, you don't jump up. You know what I mean? Which is what we all do. But I love it. Didn't get to a rail, didn't get to a rail. I feel terrible about that. I shot.
I didn't know what else to do there. I didn't have a shot.
Well,
Could have played the safety more aggressively.
Mr. Cody, if it's okay, I'm gonna go for the nine. I'm doing a poke and hope again. Because if I make the three and you make the four, we don't have a great shot on the five. The run out's tough, so I say we poke and hope, baby.
Better
gotta be able to get a little country once in a while. Just not seeing stuff anymore. What's going on? We can pretend we do. Did I mess it up? All right. It's still going. It's still got a chance. It's still, all right. I missed.
Great job, buddy. I missed that safety. Gave him ball. You're on the three. So you have a couple options here. You can play safe. You can just softly shoot the 3 into the 5 and let the ball hit you. Or you can do it the opposite way. I think it's easier just to shoot it softly.
Conrad, he's just talking about a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Nice
You don't,
safety. All you have to do is kind of be right into the 5, nice and soft. Try to get the cue ball to the rail. Just try to focus on the spin of the cue ball. Try to get it to the rail. Nice and easy. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I know, right? I was making them create a cluster. He opened it on up. You gotta see it.
no, no. Right here.
Thinking of the future.
Nope, right here. You're gonna go rail first, right there to that edge. And that cue ball is gonna go here and it's gonna make the 3 and the cue ball's gonna float all the way over here. So nice, try to go as deep as you can. A little bit above center, just go to the edge. Now I go back. I appreciate the love. More to the edge. Well, a little bit above center and you'll be nice and firm. All right, good try.
All right. First clear shot at the hole.
Go.
Yeah, you need to go even further. Smart job. Straight in.
That's all right. You can stop your ball right there. Just make the 4. I'll bank you like that. Shoot the 5 next. 4 balls here. And try to shoot it and make the ball. Nice and simple.
If you want, you can follow the cue ball to here and then he can try to make it in the side.
Just stop your cue ball right there. That's
See,
All right,
he
good
wasn't
job.
looking out for you. This is a funny coach right here.
I think you confused him. I had the right instruction and you told me to follow it, so he followed it.
Wait.
I think you confused him.
Were you trying to follow it or stay right there?
He was just trying to make it.
Yeah, he was trying to make the ball. Nice.
the pocket of the ball. Don't worry about no shapes. Try to make that stuff.
That was, you were very close. So is it your shot? Go for it. You're going for the bank. You're gonna pop that 7. No, you can't go into it like that. Every time you miss a bank, the odds are in your favor that you're gonna make the next one. You can only miss for so long before it's your time. So don't think about how often you miss. Think about this is your time. Right here in this side pocket.
I knew that. Like where I'm
Okay, let me show you something. If there was a big old mirror right here,
I'm gonna give it a valiant effort.
I love you.
A loose rash. Thank you. Good luck, girl.
All right, ladies, take it easy on me. Don't hurt me too bad.
Like Josh doesn't ever
No, this is making me bank every ball, but I'm by myself.
Don't worry, he can bang. Oh, my God!
What about this hanging in front of the pocket? That's not gonna bank.
What?
Does all banks have to go clean? Can I bank combo and stuff?
Come on, Josh.
Yeah, you can't make combo.
No, you can bank to a combo into the two, but the two that you comboed into has to bank.
What? No. Mom, that's
I don't even know what I said.
You can bank combo.
All right.
Yes, you can. You can do whatever.
Kicks are bank.
Oh, no, this is pretty easy to bank.
I know, but I'm looking at the two ball decks. It's not very easy to bank.
It is
So it's
two
gonna
if
have
you
to be
bank it 4 or 5 rails.
It might have a chance.
But no, you should. You're right. Bank it off anything.
Rocco,
Let's see how this
you a gamer? Last time I played games was Atari.
Oh, man.
I think mine was
Show your age a little bit there.
Pac-Man.
All right, banana.
Good thing is y'all won't be spread in on every shot.
Yeah.
Could be close to the rim.
Just go for it.
Go for it.
Good try.
I knew safety.
one of us, darling. We're having fun. Easy.
Just leave me the 9. We'll make the last one.
Yeah. Just right here to the middle of the table. Whoop, a little bit hard.
It's actually not too
But
bad.
perfect.
It's not too bad at all.
Good job, girl. We're a team. We are a team.
That's no fair. You gotta share it.
Take your time, have fun. Just be like, I got this. Nice.
All right. All right. I'll let you know.
All right, to your partner.
Good job. Good job.
All right, guys, I need all my juniors and all my coaches up here to the front. Come on, let's make it quick. I need all my juniors and all my coaches up here to the front.
I think I got 3 of them in, and then finally stalled. She finally come off the stall.
Actually, Little Widow did a fine job.
Yes, she did. On that 7 ball. You wanted to be up here where you didn't have to take the long shot. She got you nice and close.
We got all our juniors.
Are all the juniors up here? You're gonna miss your chance. Don't ever keep Miss Marianne waiting.
And Jeanette's swinging a cue, so y'all might want to get up here pretty quickly. Okay, now we're going to start the BEF tournament, okay? We will qualify 2 boys, 18 and under, and 2 girls to go to this tournament. By the end of this weekend, there will be a travel fund. We will be running donation boxes, 50-50 raffles, part of the proceeds from the wonderful food that Mr. Justin and I'm gonna be able to shoot pool now because the pink dagger chalked me. You will be sent a travel fund to get to the BEF tournament, okay? We have a goal in mind. Not gonna give you the number because the number doesn't matter. We wanna make sure Junior gets to this championship. Again, thank your coaches for all of this hard work they've put in this week. If you guys cannot reach the table and have a hard time ranking, we're gonna have people here who will rank for your match, okay? We've got Jonathan Stafford, okay? We have Miss Danielle Feet, Miss Jennifer Pettigo, Mr. Gene Allen, and of course,
I'm doing commentary.
yes. Okay.
You don't want me right.
They're gonna talk about y'all behind your back. That's
I'm happy about that.
I'm gonna talk
All
about
right.
how well you guys behaved all week. And you're gonna behave well all day. So
Okay, now, I need all of the juniors, we will be using a template rack. So I need all of the juniors to gather around tables 4
Or
and 5.
or anyone racking.
Anyone racking.
Anyone that's gonna be racking.
To, no,
Oh, okay.
come come gather around the table, you need to pay attention how to rack.
It's
with
very
these.
easy, but it
So
is
come
something.
over and pay attention.
So you can learn how to use it properly.
Yeah, and it's
Need me to rack, I
and
can
properly.
I was thinking, oh, I'm still gonna have you rack again.
Everybody
After dealing with you guys, I don't even know if I can put the one on the right spot.
These all look like brand new racks from AccuRacks.
No,
So
they're
that's,
different.
well, they're in good shape. Let's just
No,
say.
not that. You said that iron.
All right, so
It's not being little.
the proper way to use this rack is not only the easiest when it comes to time consuming, but it definitely gives you the best repeatable rack where we shouldn't have a problem. And so we'll get into it. So first off, again, pretty common sense. This divot here at the front goes in the middle of the spot. Just lined up with the diamond, of course. Everyone kind of knows that. All right, so this rack kind of tells you what to do, but I'm also going to tell you what to do. So when you place this rack, of course, it's random, right? So we stack those in there. They don't have to be perfect at first because we're going to settle them in anyways. Okay, so you get the 8 balls in first. Don't worry about the 9th ball at all until you're almost completely done. So basically you load 8, you push forward a little bit so they lock. Okay, you'll see them settle together. Okay, must be some divots here. I'm gonna push it up. Maybe are these real errors? Okay, yeah, no, they're perfect. Actually, they're perfect. So you'll see they kind of settle together. There really is no movement. So after that, you really don't have to touch these balls any longer. Okay, it's load 8, you push the 8, you get them to settle, you can see there's no gaps, they're all froze. And then you just simply add the last ball. If you continue to touch the balls afterwards, that's actually when you can give a bad rack, because they'll settle a little on top. You'll see them kind of hop out of the rack a lot more, and they won't disperse near as well. So again, you just load the 8, you get them to settle, you add the last ball, it'll come in perfect. Where's the cue ball at? Okay. Who didn't know you had the cue? All right. Who has a cue stick down there that they can
Okay,
just?
before you do that, Jeremy.
Yeah.
We are doing the 2 behind the 9, so.
Oh, at the very back.
Yes.
Okay, so the 2 goes in the very back as far as rackers. So this one will always be away from the other 8 balls again. Very easy. You just load 8, push till they kind of settle and lock. You just add the last ball. Everything's over. Joey, can you demonstrate one break to where you'll see the corner ball? Now I did rack them a hair high because there's a little divot here.
Watch your fingers, Dad.
Watch your fingers, guys. Joey, a little more than medium, not much. A little more than medium. So you can see the corner ball with a good rack should go in. Now it may not go in if you really hit the rack bad, but most of the time you're going to be good. So does everyone understand the rack? Very easy. You load 8, lock them, never touch the 8 again, add the last ball. If you continue to touch them, that's really when you can give yourself a bad rack with the tempo. So real easy. I think it's rack your own. You'd have to ask Mary.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Jeremy.
Yeah, and good luck, everyone. One name we didn't mention that helped us out today, Josh Roberts. Thank you, Josh.
Thanks,
Give him good vibes when you see him, and everyone have fun and good luck today.
Okay.
Thank you,
Guys,
Josh.
your
Thanks, Josh.
Listen to me, your races are 5 and 4, okay? Be sure to come up to the tournament desk to report your match when it's done, okay? I will call you over the speaker. We will have Italian ice. If all of you have had lunch, you can have Italian ice. If you have not had lunch, you cannot have it.
Until you have lunch.
Yes, better have lunch first.
I had lunch. What if I'm vegetarian? I literally can't get lunch. Well, then just get some Wendy's some shit.
All right, guys, Jeanette Lee has a ball and a photo for each one of you. So as I call your matches, go get your photo and your ball from Jeanette and go to your table. Let's get this tournament underway. Good luck to all of you.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, guys. Hey, good work this week, everybody. Have fun.
All right, guys, this is Stephen Wyatt with Omega TV. We are getting ready to start our Larry Gayle Jr. Tournament. It is a BEF qualifier, the Billiard Education Fund, and we are super excited to send a couple of these players to the BEF. It's going to be an amazing tournament. Guys, I will ask discretion if you're in the Facebook chat. We want to make sure that we keep everything positive. I know you guys will do that. And we will get started here in just a minute. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
They can get it later if they want. I just don't want it to drag on till midnight.
All right, guys, we are rocking and rolling. This is for the Juniors for Larry Gayle Memorial Tournament. This tournament is going to send 2 males and 2 females. Actually, hold on for just a second. All right, guys, we're getting warnings of a pretty big thunderstorm coming in, and so letting our junior players know to get their food. And Sophia starts off with a pretty good break here. She can see the 1 ball. Guys, I got a pretty big honor here. Miss Marianne Rollerson is jumping in the booth, and she's going to talk a little bit about this. So I started it off. I know a little bit about it. You've told me quite a bit. This is the Juniors for Larry Gayle Memorial Tournament, and this is a BEF qualifier. So can you tell me a little bit about like how this all works? Because I'm a little new to the BEF qualifier stuff, the juniors.
Well, we contacted the BEF because for a while now, juniors have been kind of put on the back burner.
Absolutely.
Everywhere we go.
Absolutely.
And the next generational pool has not been set yet. So I wanted to do something with the juniors, got in touch with the BEF, figured out how I could hold a qualifier. Shane Tyree and Carol Larada worked with me very, very well and, understood my vision, understood what I wanted to do, allowed me to do the things I needed to do to make this happen. They were super easy to work with. I did have one of my sponsors, One Stop Auto, Mr. Jose Santiago, actually paid the fees for the BEF for these juniors to be able to go. We will actually qualify 2 boys and 2 girls to go to the BEF qualifier off this juniors camp. So that's kind of where we ended up with the BEF.
That's pretty cool. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this because this is really cool. So for anybody that doesn't know, Sophia Mast, she is 13 years old, and she's from here, right, Marianne?
I think she's from the Orlando area.
Okay, so she's from Florida.
Yes.
Okay. So Sophia Mast is a Florida player. She's a very, very decorated junior player.
Yes,
At 13 years old. She's sponsored by Dunsky's Dungeon. Who else?
Predator.
Yeah, Predator.
Clinkers.
They call her the Pink Dagger.
Yes.
And so she's playing an interesting opponent here. So this is Savannah Lee. If it sounds a little familiar, it probably should, because her mother, the Black Widow, was just up here teaching. Now Savannah is, I don't know the age on Savannah. Do you know? I want to say, I feel like maybe she's 13, 14, 15.
I'd say more like probably 10 or 11.
You think so? Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. These juniors today, it's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell.
But Savannah, they call her the Little Widow.
Oh,
I talked to
okay.
Jeanette about that, so and I asked her because I wasn't sure. So she's the Little Widow. So today, starting off our juniors for Larry Gayle, we have the Little Widow and the Pink Dagger, which is super, super cool. So this event, guys, I can't tell you how excited I am for this. I don't get to work a lot of juniors events, but it's so much fun. It's so much fun for me. Omega is so excited to be involved in this. And I know, Marianne, you took a lot of pride in this event for the person that it stood for. You were telling me a little bit about Larry Gayle. So, and we have an adult tournament after this. So tell me a little bit about Larry Gayle.
Larry was one of a kind. He was one of the old generation of pool, and he always understood that you have to teach the next generation, but you have to teach them everything. You know, pool is pool, and it's great, but you also have to live your life. And sometimes you can play the game and love the game, but you also have to learn about life. He was just a phenomenal person. He's the only person I knew that would play in a $10 tournament or a $100 tournament, didn't matter. And I'd look down there, I'd be running this board, and he'd be down there teaching the person he was beating. And
You told me the story about
Yeah.
him teaching showing
Yeah.
the person how to play safety on him.
yeah, he would actually show people how to play safety on him. Of course, he would get out
wow.
of it, but that was a phenomenal shot.
I got to record that one. We're going to take a look at that on our Insta replay for sure, because that was a great shot. As Joey would call that one, that's a cutting edge shot. Sorry, continue with your story. I apologize.
Larry was Larry. Jeremy can tell you more about Larry. Jeremy knew Larry very well. So Jeremy can tell you more about him. What I do want to cover is this. It is extremely hard for a parent or parents to make their children's dreams come true. With things getting more expensive and harder, it's hard for parents to be able to travel these juniors to where they need to be and where they need to go.
Absolutely.
With this juniors camp, we have a travel fund to help get these juniors to the BEF National Championship, which in fact is at the end of this month. We ask that anyone out there who's listening to this, please help us out. Make some donations. We have all kinds of electronic ways that can help. We just want to support these kids and let them live their dreams the same way we've been able to.
Absolutely, and so I'm gonna put it in my terms what she just said, guys. If you're able to give a little, these guys could really use some help with the travel fees. We know traveling's not cheap. If you would like to help out with that in any way possible, reach out to Marianne Rollerson. Reach out to me on Facebook. I can put you in contact with her. It has nothing to do with me. I take no credit. But Marianne is a great tournament director. She does a lot for these juniors. She cares about these kids. I mean, she brought in Jeremy Jones, Joey Gray, and Jeanette Lee for a clinic. For anybody who doesn't know, Jeanette has been battling cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And she came out here and she was up on her feet the whole time. She never slowed down, and she was always so positive. That in itself is incredible. So these kids are getting to work with one-of-a-kind teachers. It's absolutely incredible. So we are incredibly excited to stream this tournament. There's a lot going on, and we're super excited to
watch these juniors battle it out. How many juniors do we have? 20.
We ended up with 25 juniors.
25 juniors
Yes.
playing in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys have been at a camp for the last 2 days, 3 including this morning, working with Joey Double J and Jeanette. They've learned a lot of stuff. Heck, I learned some stuff. So we're really excited for this. We absolutely cannot wait to see what happens. What a bank right there by Sophia. And that's kind of where we are. So, Marianne, I know you're busy. You got a tournament to run. You got a lot of stuff to do. We're super excited to be at the Larry Gayle. Omega TV is absolutely honored to be here. And we're definitely in for these junior events. It's a lot of fun for everybody. And it's so cool to watch these guys thrive.
Well, thank you so much for having me. You know, I thank all the sponsors, Q-Tech, for coming and getting involved. We have banners hanging up all over the pool room for everyone who's been involved in this. Mr. Jameson Daniels, Dunsky's Dungeon. I could go on and on, Triple G Fencing, but at the end of the day, if we don't help our future, what do we have, you know?
Absolutely. So at the end of this first rack, Sophie's got a tough 9-ball all the way up. Oh, no. That's a really tough shot running on that rail. Guys, Marianne's going to jump out of here. I think we're going to have Mr. Joey Gray here in the booth here in just a few minutes. I will stick around here with you to commentate this match. So, Marianne, I'll let you go do what you got to do.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, we got the score updated. So once again, the Pink Dagger and Savannah Lee, the Little Widow, playing in this race to 5. This is a first-round match. There are 25 juniors in this tournament, and we are just getting started. So pretty excited about this. And got a big break here by Sophia. Nothing drops, unfortunately. And Little Widow is got a tougher shot. She's got to play this ball pretty good speed to have that 2 ball available. Don't want to overhit it. I think the speed was a little bit about trying to make something happen with the cue ball. So Sophia up a rack. There you see the crest of Dunsky's Dungeon on the back of her shirt, one of her sponsors. Also sponsored by Predator. Good shot there to move that 4 ball, get her cue ball in position for the 3. She's got 2 options here, I think. She can try and go in between the 5-9, or she can go more forward and try and go to the left of the 5 ball to come around for that pink 4. And she opted for the left side. She's got a good shot to just be able to come across the table, set back up on the 5, so just got to execute this shot on the 4 ball. What a good shot. Really good speed with a good amount of angle. She's just going to go to the rail and come back out across the table to the right top side. And she hit that with a pretty good speed. Could have afforded for it to go a little bit longer. But she does have a shot on the 6. Now being joined by the incredible Mr. Joey Gray. How's it going, Joey?
Hey, what's going on, man?
No, not a lot, man. It's been a little while since we've been in the booth together.
It has.
Yeah.
We've put in some stretches in here, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and this first match was tough. Sophia actually left a hanger, but she left it really, really long. And Savannah just wasn't able to capitalize on the length. Sophia just left Savannah a pretty tough shot coming over this ball, tree-topped.
Yeah, she definitely looks slightly elevated. A lot of people don't understand on the stream, looking at this table, it's a difficult table. I mean, it's not your traditional slick felt regular diamond. It's a little worn in felt. Conditions are a little bit humid here in Florida, as people may understand, and makes the table play a little tougher.
Not only that, but you guys can't see it, but we have 18 can lights above this table, brightening it up for the streaming purposes. So a little bit of that moisture that's in the air, it's going to get sucked out of the table here. So it plays really weird. It plays humid, but it also plays dry, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it dries it out a little bit.
And the tables on the left and the right of that table, or the rest of the tables in this room will play completely different from this one.
So Savannah, excuse me. Sophia and Savannah. Sophia got a little quick on that one right there, and that's something that we worked on throughout this whole training camp, was a lot of their timing and a lot of their pre-shot routine. So I'm really curious to see a lot of these kids after the training camp if they apply a lot of the stuff. But just starting, a lot of nerves, first
brutal
match, tough scratch there.
And this is Sophia Mass, the Pink Dagger, playing Savannah Lee, the Little Widow. Both these young ladies had an awesome time at this event. I know you did too.
Oh, it's been great. They're both so curious, and all of these kids, they're all incredible. They all they love pool and they love learning, and they all were very, very respectful. And I mean, we just had a lot of fun with it. You know, I'm really excited to see a lot of these kids compete today. You know, it's difficult when you've been hanging out and playing and practicing all week, and you make friends, and then you got to get up there and
play against
them. You got to compete. Yeah.
And I mean, you know, as adults, I feel like we almost get used to that. We go to tournaments together. We play our buddies in the first round. It's how things go. You know, there's a winner and a loser. But for kids, it's a little different. You know,
yeah.
Because there's more of that instant friendship for kids.
Yeah.
Especially
you see it, but it's such
over the love of pool.
It's competition, though. I mean, I'm telling you, I see some of these kids. I mean, they want to win so bad. You know, they can taste it. And I played juniors whenever I was growing up. I played in the junior nationals, and I did really well. Met a lot of really great players that I still know today.
So is that where you met? Is that where you met Chip? Well, Chip was from Oklahoma. Y'all played together.
Yeah.
But that's probably where you met Justin, right?
Justin.
Bergman.
Oh, Bergman. See, I met Bergman, Justin Hall, Justin Bergman.
All from the juniors?
Yeah, all from the juniors, and we've all known each other. You know, the first time I met Justin Bergman, interesting story, I was playing a qualifier, and I just turned 11. And Justin, I think he's about a year and a half younger than me, maybe a little bit less than that. But
I've seen
either
that
way,
picture. He's a little dude.
Oh, man, that's actually when he was 12. I met him when he was 9. And he was even smaller than that. But he beat me in a qualifier, and I was like twice his size. I couldn't believe it. And it really inspired me to play a little better. And we battled for years in the juniors, you know.
And I feel like this is something that these kids should take away, is that, you know, if they happen to get knocked out of this tournament, I would hope that none of them are upset at the way they played or upset at the fact that they lost, but more inspired and pushed so they can come back and be better next time.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like any sport out there, you know. I mean, if you kudos to every one of these kids, because there's a lot of kids that don't even, you know, they do not want to be put on, you know, the stage. And to be on the stage, it is a scary thing. What a shot. Oh, man, I thought she banked it straight back.
I thought she did too, but she left her kind of tough. She can see the edge of this, but I don't think she can see enough to make it.
And Savannah Lee, very interesting. So me and Jeanette got to spend a lot of time working together. We did a junior clinic out in Tampa.
Okay.
And so I was at her house, and we were doing a lot of studying, talking about techniques, this and that, and how we would like to teach the kids. And nice stroke there. But Savannah comes rolling in on one of those balance skateboards.
Oh, the hoverboard.
Yeah, whatever that thing is. She comes rolling in on that.
Skateboards.
I don't even know what you call those.
That.
I know. I feel like such an old timer.
No
right
cap.
now. No cap. But she comes rolling in on one of those, and it's like lights going off on it and everything, and she's telling me stories while she's rolling around on it, right? Well, then I mentioned something about back in my day, we had the, you know, the Polaroid cameras, you know, the disposable cameras.
Yes.
You know? And she was like, oh, cameras? And she goes in her back room, and she's got like 30 cameras in a box, and she brings them all out, shows me every one of them. And then she goes back to her room. She comes back in rollerblades, and I mean, she's just a really high-energy kid. She's awesome. Really awesome, man.
That's awesome. Yeah, what was it? Those disposable cameras, you only had 27 pictures.
Ridiculous.
So if you thought you were going to have to take more pictures than that, you had to buy multiples.
Hell yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, I had to buy, they had them in the 2-packs. And then you had to wait for like a week to get your film developed. So it was terrible.
Ooh. It looks like Sophia's getting a tad quick with her stroke. It was something we talked about. You know, when she smooths it out, this girl shoots so straight.
Absolutely.
It is scary.
She was just in Houston at a pretty big event, at Big Time.
She got runner-up, right?
She took second to Christina Tkach.
Wow, that's amazing. Man.
Took out
April Larson.
Took out her sponsor buddy, April Larson.
Yeah.
Pushed April to third. So, and I don't think Sophia is nervous about the cameras and the lights. Some of these kids, maybe have never seen something like this, where a big setup with lights and cameras and microphones and all that. So I always worry about the fear of, oh, there's cameras everywhere.
Oh, well, don't worry. They're all nervous.
Yeah.
I don't care. If you're out there playing and you know that people are watching, you're going to have a level of nerves.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's
how they affect you.
It's how they affect you.
Some people get extremely nervous, like almost nauseous. And some people are like, oh, there's eyes on me. I have to perform.
Yeah. Well, you either, the fight or flight, and then you also, it can either enhance your focus or it can
diminish it. Yeah, absolutely.
Brutalize it. Yeah. I mean, you'll see it all the time with top-level players. I mean, you can watch somebody over there practicing and look like the best player that's ever lived in the corner, but then when they get on the TV table, they may not be able to make ball in hand. It's just.
Or vice versa.
Or the other way around. Yeah.
I've seen somebody who's not a super, super strong player take out a top-notch, shortstop, like 750 Fargo player, solely because the stream, he was like, oh, I got to play good, and he did. So
I guess Savannah took a little bathroom break.
Yeah, she did, and we got Miss Jeanette Lee walking through, giving some probably some insight or some tips. Hey, guys, I want to talk about this real quick while we're on our break. Joey, I know you're pretty excited for this one. Look at this. Let's take a look at that. What do you think about that one? That's a big one, huh?
It's going to be great. I mean, I haven't really seen Chip play a whole lot lately because he moved out to Austin. Yeah, he left out Oklahoma. So now I'm officially the best player in Oklahoma City. All right. Which is still debatable.
It's still debatable. Eric, where you at, Eric? Oh.
I know, right?
So Chip and Tony, number 3. Guys, if you want to get your pay-per-view pass for that, it's a race to 27, one pocket. On Tony's break, Chip gets 9-8, and on Chip's break, they play even. So this is going to be a super stellar match. This is the 3rd time that Omega has streamed their match. You can get your pay-per-view pass at omegabilliards.com for that event. It is on an early bird sale right now, so you're going to get a little bit of a discount if you get it now. And that event is in just two weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks down in Austin, Texas. So
yeah, it's going to be awesome. Definitely going to be an awesome venue.
I love Skinny Bob's. She went for the combo.
Went for the cheese.
Yeah. So here's a little tester here, because sometimes it can be difficult to hold this 3 or hold this cue ball off the 3.
I think she can roll it. I mean, I think she'd be fine if she just rolls it. But if you come off of it with center ball, it enhances the chance of a scratch. But definitely has a natural roll shot here if she can play it, hitting a little bit thicker and letting the cue ball carry down.
It looks like she's hit it a little thin. Maybe got some love.
Yeah.
It's made some distance, though, and it makes getting on that 4-ball a little tougher.
And you know what? I mean, there's all these junior events and stuff these days, which is unbelievable. I think it's so great. But the one thing that I'm really happy to see with this is that we're playing on some pretty tough equipment, and they're 9-footers, and that's what I like to see, because that really builds the scar tissue and the focus for these kids, because you start learning to play on soft equipment, then, you don't really ever develop.
My one regret as a player is knowing that when I was a kid, I only ever played on 7-foot tables. Big pocket 7-foot tables.
But you didn't have much choice with where you were located, right?
That's
all
true.
they had, yeah.
So, guys, if you're listening and you have kids that play, I encourage you to get them on a 9-foot. Best player in the world, Shane Van Boning, says what will make the difference in the USA's juniors is when they learn to play on the 9-foots versus the bar boxes. And he's right, because a 9-foot table is very intimidating for somebody who's only played on a bar box. They could be a great player on a bar box. A 9-foot table is a different animal.
I definitely agree with playing on both, to a degree.
You want to learn both for sure.
But you want to primarily have your kids starting off on a 9-footer so they can develop the comfort with the long ball, because the comfort on the long ball is that's where the kids start to really grow. But you can develop your mechanics, because the stroke has to be long and fluid and like a heavy stroke. And what most people can turn into on the bar table is where they start shortening the stroke and they're using spin to get position. Now that's not going to be an efficient stroke. You're trying to punch the ball around. That's just never going to get there on the big table.
Absolutely.
So.
Not only that, but you're losing some fundamentals. I know some players in my area that have never used a bridge because they've never had to.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
then they play a tournament on a 9-foot table, and they don't really know the mechanics behind using the bridge because they've never had to use one.
Yeah.
Which is wild, because the person I'm talking about, no names involved, but he's a great player, but he's just never had to use it. He's a taller guy, so the bridge never came up on the bar box.
Yeah. So the format here, we're doing races to 5.
Oh, weird bobble there.
Yeah, and got position out of it.
Yeah, races to 5. On the backside, it's a race to 4, and I believe the finals is a race to 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier and hoping that they had enough time to get the matches started and get through the day, but not play a race to 1, have these kids
Absolutely.
at least get some
Give them
play
a
out of
chance
it.
to get out there, yeah.
Bless me. Bless me, folks. Sorry, I sneezed.
Joey got the big sneeze going on.
Yeah, I couldn't help it.
The pink dagger making that 4-ball, and she's got a shot on the 5. The real tester here is the 6 to the 7. What do you like there?
Well, I want to get relatively close, but she definitely wanted to get a big angle on the 6. I would have played it to where I landed a little bit flatter by the side,
Yeah.
so where I could have.
So you can go 2 rails around.
In this position, I've got a pretty good visual of it. She's going to try to draw it, but it looks like she's going with high right. She's going to have to be very efficient with this. But
And
you can't
it's a
jam
big
it.
stroke.
How'd she hit it?
Oh my goodness, it's a big stroke, and
She hit that ball
it really well.
extremely well. Wow! Round of applause for Sophia.
We're gonna take a look at that one after this rack is over.
That
replay
was
phenomenal.
not as easy as it looked, ladies and gentlemen. She had to really put a nice solid stroke through that. That was a great stroke.
And guys, something I like to stress here is the level of professionalism on these kids is really, really cool to see. They're very, very careful around the table. They're respectful to their opponents, to the people playing next to them.
Little shake of the head there because she got a little too straight.
Pretty great to see these kids showing so much good pool etiquette. Little things like this, letting your opponent or letting your person on the side of you shoot. That way you don't get in their way and they don't get in yours.
Well, we're going to check that draw stroke out here.
And it's
pretty good.
Yeah. Maybe a little shy, but it'll work.
So a slight cut. Should be okay. Definitely have these kids shooting lots of drills. Getting the help with me, Jeremy and Jeanette. Oh, no. A little quick, though. The stroke is getting a little quick.
But so here's a big one. So this is a long shot. This is a very long shot, and I bet you.
Can she reach it? She's gonna have to get that bridge again.
So Jeanette did a pretty good seminar, I guess, what you want, an instruction on how to use the bridge yesterday.
Yeah, she definitely did a good one.
It was phenomenal.
Yeah,
so
she
you're
does a
going to
great
see
job
her
explaining.
Swing that bridge a little bit. And yeah, that was great.
Well, no time taken there. She was ready to get that shot over with.
I think, yeah, she's ready to go. Absolutely. So now we're at a 2-1 with the Little Widow coming in. Joey, let's take a look at that replay. Let me see if our replay's
I'm
working.
gonna draw it, but it looks like she's going with high right. She's gonna have to be very efficient with this, but you can't jam
big stroke.
How'd she hit it?
Oh
Was very
my goodness,
deliberate.
it's a big
She
stroke.
accelerate that
She
ball
really
extremely
Kill it.
well.
You know,
Round of
that's one of the
applause
main
for
things that we were
Sophia.
working on with a lot of the players this week was trusting that your stroke will get you there and that you don't have to force anything. We don't want to be those players that right cross anything. That's a good shot there. Wow. Very nice.
Trying to think. Might have been one more behind. She's still racking? Yeah. Let me look up here. There was a really good shot I saw just a few minutes ago. See if this is it. And then we'll go back to
showing
Yeah.
the person how to play
Look at
safety
this
on
shot
him.
from
Yeah,
Little
he
Widow.
would actually show people how to play safety on him. Of course,
How'd she
he
hit
would
it?
get out.
Cutting
How
edge.
phenomenal is that?
That was a phenomenal shot.
Yeah, so back to the main. Sorry, guys. If you're getting double audio on that instant replay, I apologize. I'm fixing to fix that right now. Give me just a second. Teaching showing
Yeah.
the person how to.
We've got 2-1. Sophia about to take a big lead there. Things are looking decent for Savannah now.
3-0 versus 2-1 is a pretty good swing, you know. Oh, and she got a
Just
tough.
slid off the break.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I love watching their expressions whenever they shoot, right, or after they shoot. You see the little head shakes sometimes. Sometimes you see a little frown. But then sometimes you know, because kids wear their emotions on their sleeves a lot more than adults, you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
So watching them have respect for each other is amazing, but you can always catch that little, like, darn it kind of moment, you know? And I love watching those because that shows how much they really care about being here and trying so hard, you know?
The other thing I really like, yeah, me and you, we're staring towards the camera, which is where the players are sitting. So you guys unfortunately can't see it, but it's so cool to watch these players watch the game. They watch their opponent. They watch what happens at the table. They're not looking around and looking at other things. They're not head down. They're very, very attentive about what's going on the table, and that's something that some adults could learn from.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of these kids are definitely trying to mind their manners. They want to make sure that they don't get in any trouble. You know, mom and dad are out here watching, so it's definitely helps. And, you know, kudos to a lot of these parents here. They've really helped us a lot with so many things. Marianne, hosting this event, the pool hall, park billiards,
Park Avenue
Billiards, yes.
This place is really cool. It's one of the most interesting setups
Look at that
that
shot.
I've ever done.
Replay,
That's
hit
a
that
great
replay.
shot.
What a shot that
One of the
was.
most interesting setups I've ever done, but it's really cool. This place is one of a kind, for sure. There's about like 5 different entrances to the pool hall, and there's tables like all over the place. They had 2 tables that I didn't even see at all yesterday, and I came in a different way today.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, where'd these tables come from? I don't know where I'm at.
The setup here is definitely interesting. It's a very unique place. You can tell that it's pretty old school, but it's got kind of a new school feel with the old school. It's definitely a traditional pool room. You know, it's not. It's a great place.
They were telling me that Park Avenue used to be like where we're sitting right now was a racquetball.
Yeah, where they're playing this match.
Court.
Yeah.
And so actually behind us, there's a raised level, a second level to the building, and there's windows up there where the people would watch the racquetball players play. So on a normal day, you can go up there and you can watch these tournament matches from a elevated view.
That's crazy.
It's kind of a cool deal.
Yeah, you can go up there right now and watch these kids.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So a tough little roll shot here, straight in. She hit it out to the right. And that's all relating to when we talk about nerves, tendencies, they show up. So tendencies, positive and negative. But normally, whenever you're under pressure and you're uncomfortable, your tendencies are going to show up a lot more. They're going to get magnified. So right there, Sophia's tendency is to get a little bit quick, and definitely cost her on that shot. But getting a little bit of a reprieve, unless it goes, nope.
And bear with me, Joey. I gotta make some changes on some stuff real quick.
Okay.
So I'm taking Joey away. See if I can get this fixed. It's driving me insane. There we go. There we go. Oh, wow. And I missed something. We're going to have to watch that one again.
She made the 7 and came around 3 rails.
Pretty strong shot.
She definitely controlled the cue ball well, but just ended up a little bit flat on this ball, a little too straight. Now she's going to have to try to manufacture an angle. But this is another shot where you have to trust the smooth and you cannot force it, because you try to force it, you'll catch that point, it'll hold up.
And so as you would say, I would think that you'd kind of just want to, like, do as much as you can without trying to force it.
Look at this. She got lucky, though. Oh, not so lucky. So here we go. It looks like we're going to have a closer match than we thought.
So I had a conversation, and I don't want to speak too loud because she's sitting over there. I had a conversation with Jeanette. I talked to her a little bit, and she said, and this is super intriguing to me. So she said, Savannah's still learning.
Yes.
She's an APA 1.
Mm-hmm.
So
she forgot to chalk her cue, and she actually stopped and rolled her eyes and then chalked the cue.
That's awesome. So she's very much so a beginner.
There you go.
And
very good, Savannah.
Jeanette said, she said, the funny thing is she's coming into this knowing that she's, not really expected to win. But she's okay with that. She's made amends with the fact that she knows that she's gonna get beat up on.
Yeah.
And she wants it.
She's not getting beat up on very bad here.
That's very true. It's 2-2. Let's
take a look at those. Sophia better clean up the stroke, or she might be a little much closer than it looks now.
It's gonna be could be a potential Joey Gray, Justin Berkman situation.
You know how we do it.
It's come out of nowhere.
We only talk about the times I won.
Let's take a look at one of those instant replays. I want to see this shot on the 7-ball. And then we'll also look at the one right before that while Savannah's racking. That's a good shot. I mean, that's a scary shot to play.
And it's pretty unfortunate to land on such a straight angle on the 8s. You can see that the reason she missed it was because she was trying to get the cue ball back up for position on the 9.
Absolutely.
And that's what happens.
Oh,
you try to force it.
Shot. Hold on. Let me try one more time, guys. I'm sorry. Well, that one didn't work.
Yeah, Savannah missed the 7 there.
Yeah, that one didn't work. Okay, sorry, guys.
Game number 5.
And this is oh, man. So, as a junior, what do you think the most, nerve-wracking situations were for you? Is it hill? Is it playing a better player? Like, what was that moment that got your heart beating pretty solid?
Look at this break.
Oh,
Look
my
at that
goodness.
break. Wow.
We're going to replay that one because that was pretty solid.
Thunder break. But, yeah, as a junior, I would say that the most nerve-wracking moments for me were, when everybody was watching. I mean, they didn't have live stream back whenever I was their age.
They had crowds.
They had lots of people there, and so you have, however many. I mean, it feels like 1 million whenever you're 10 years old. Even if there's 5 people watching, it feels like every person's 1,000. So.
And they're all staring at at you specifically.
Yeah, and that's in a sense that's how you develop. And you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. And some kids are just naturally comfortable in that limelight, but it bites everybody from time to time. You start making a couple mistakes, it's hard to, how do you regroup?
Yeah.
And watching kids regroup after making mistakes, now that's what it's all about. It has nothing to do with all the great shots. For me, it's about the player that can make a mistake and recover from it. That's what I think is true talent.
So let me ask you this. Do you think with today's age of digital and live streaming and all that, do you think it's more nerve-wracking knowing that there's a stream and there could potentially be thousands of people watching? Or do you think it's less nerve-wracking than having physical people watching you?
Well, I know it's the social media world, and these kids are a lot more intelligent about that than me.
They're locked
so
into
they
it.
they know who's watching what, how many likes are getting what. I mean, they know all that stuff really well. But the one thing that you can't beat is your peers watching you play,
Yeah.
which is the other players in the room. Because I'll tell you one thing for sure. You can play perfectly comfortable with every single person in your home state watching you. But guess what? You get a pro player walking in and he watches, you know he's a pro. That is going to affect you. You know what I mean?
I shanked the easiest 9-ball.
It's not
of my
necessarily
pool
how
playing
many,
career.
it's who is watching.
I shanked the easiest 9-ball of my pool playing career because Shane walked in and sat down 10 feet from me. And as I missed the ball, he said, "You got to roll that in."
Yeah.
Thanks, Shane.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But
I've had some moments, man, whenever I've been playing in tournaments and Shane has sat down and watched me play, and then all of a sudden that level of anxiety will rise. But, hey, some of these kids want to help. They want to impress their parents. I mean, there's so many factors going in there, but we're teaching them how to not block those things out, but own it and accept it. And accept the nerves and what a great player does to not overcome nerves and not fight nerves, but to make things more efficient, they have to have their solid process. Because no matter who you are, Shane Bamboni gets nervous.
Yeah.
People think that he's out there confident with a big stroke. He is, but at the same time, he's nervous.
And he'll tell you. He'll tell you that he gets nervous.
Yeah. Everybody is human,
What do you think of this?
Look
right
at, oh
here?
man, I thought she hit it good, but look at the little one-pocket shot. The reverse two-railer.
And the 7-ball sitting in the pocket, and it's got almost natural shape.
I mean, things are flowing for.
She's going to get the bridge.
This is pretty incredible.
She knows.
Oh, she hit herself on it. She's getting a little bit carried away. The level of excitement.
She's fast.
Yes.
They were going outside to get lunch, and they got outside of the pool hall because you can't run inside the pool hall. She got outside and she sprinted towards the barbecue truck.
I mean, that was a good shot right there. She came down table where she can reach it, and now she has a little angle as long as she can pocket the 8.
And
I like how she's checking the shot line.
Yeah,
that was
speed
great.
is going to push her towards the 9-ball line.
Mm-hmm.
She's got to take her time.
Ooh, a little bit hard.
A little bit of a movement there.
Watch out, though. Oh, I thought it was going to go.
It might have had a little movement that could have caused some issues with the aim, but this isn't a gimme either.
Yeah.
It's slightly off the rail, which makes the shot a little tougher.
Nothing where you have to put some little extra in the cue ball is going to be easy on this equipment.
It's also an awkward angle because of where the 9-ball is. She's got to kind of like lean and jack up just a little bit.
She knows this shot, though. She can just come straight across and take what she wants, but stroke's looking a little quick right now. She might have got a little roll out of it, though.
Same thing with that, though. I think the lean, she may have been off balance, and it caused her to move when she stroked through.
Definitely.
Which can happen when you're at a weird angle like that.
Yeah, and we do have to take into account that a lot of these kids aren't 6 feet tall.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes a bigger issue
Both
for
of these
that.
girls might be, what do you think, 4'8", 4'9"?
Yeah, something to that degree.
Pretty short there.
So trying to make good contact. Maybe a 2-railer. I called it. I called it.
Goodness, you did call it. Oh,
Go
no, it's going to
ball.
run out of speed, and she hit that
man.
ball so well, too, for hitting it that way to go the 2 rails.
It's very interesting watching Jeanette Lee, watching her daughter, and very intently, and very proud and happy mother. Jeanette is an inspiration to all of us. It's amazing that she could come and do this clinic with all of us.
Uh-oh.
All these kids, this has been a very special thing to do.
Not only that, but I love the fact that she's instilled good sportsmanship into her daughter.
Oh, yeah.
When Sophia wins, you'll hear clapping. If she wins this, if she makes this 9, you'll hear some clapping. That's Jeanette.
That's a good shot. Very good. Very good.
She's clapping see here, she's clapping for her daughter's opponent. She has nothing but good will towards both players, no matter who they are.
Well, these girls are good friends as well. Sophia's from Florida, and Jeanette has worked and trained her a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her and Savannah, they're great friends. So there's that level of the competition that sometimes adds that element of awkwardness,
Yeah.
even at a kid's level,
Absolutely.
because I've had a lot of friends that,
Play my buddy.
sometimes it's hard, but, there has to be a winner. And it just helps you develop a thicker skin in the long run. Where, I think it's a level of maturity that a lot of these kids develop, that they can compete against each other but still be best friends after. You know what I mean?
Well, the cool thing about being friends and opponents at the same time is knowing that you'll push that person to be better and they're going to push you to be better. Some of the, a random opponent might not push you to want to be better. They might not push you competitively, but your friends will.
Especially close friends, like people that you spend time with, like me and Chip. I was a lot better than Chip for a long time.
Yeah.
Up into our later teenage years, Chip wasn't really the greatest player. He developed over time by watching me play, playing against each other all the time, and then competing. And now you look at Chip's playing a match for $50,000 in a few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And she had a little bit of movement there and caused her to give up ball in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we try to really work on a lot of the kids. Savannah was in one of my groups yesterday, and really, really trying to hammer in the basics, trying to focus on the form and the stroke is more important than the results, but because that's the hardest thing whenever you're really trying to improve in anything, is not focusing on the results. Spending more time conscious about your stroke and try to focus on the fundamentals, it makes it so difficult.
Absolutely. And but we're taking on a combo here, and this is a little tough.
She had a little sideboards, but kind of hit it a little too thin. I think she tried to really use the 7 there. But, Sophia regaining the lead up 3-2. Still got a tight match. I mean, crazy things can happen. This is 9-ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, guys, thank you so much for joining us on Facebook. Do me a favor, hit that share button. Hit that share button. Anybody in the pool community that you think would enjoy watching these juniors play, tag them. Tell them to check it out. This is some really, really inspiring stuff.
Getting the jump cue out.
I know Dominic Dunn from Dunsky's Dungeon is watching with a close eye. He knows both these players, I'm sure, and obviously with Sophia rocking the Dunsky's Dungeon, what do they call that? The shield back there? What do they call that? A crest. That's what it is. The Dunsky's Dungeon crest. He wants to watch his player do good, and I'm sure he wants to keep an eye on this young player in Savannah Lee also. So I'm sure he's watching, and we appreciate him. Oh, that was a great shot. Did that ball even jump? I feel like maybe she
No, it jumped.
got a little bit of a.
She got over it, for sure.
And here we go, Savannah. Now, you look at this angle, you can really see the alignment and stuff that you were kind of talking about. She's got to keep that head still. Oh, she did a good job, too.
Oh, look at that ball just hang.
Oh, no. And that was so good. She kept her head still. She didn't raise up.
Mm-hmm.
That's brutal.
Good solid stroke, though.
She's going to move the rack off. And she's got a tough shot here because it's so close to the rail that it's almost somewhat unpredictable when it comes off that 2 ball.
Yeah,
makes it
depending,
kinda weird.
she's gonna try to come one rail up, but she's got to make sure she gets the cue ball out of the way. But she could probably throw it in. That's why I like going to the other side. But the question is reaching. So this is not a hanger. Depending on whether the cue ball's froze to it or not. Now that's another story. Because if it's froze, she could go right up on it. So she's just gonna try to tap it, let it come down. Up, it got away from her there, but now she can probably
she can see it. And,
play the 3 off the 9. The 9 might actually go.
We don't have many options for cameras.
I
but,
think this 9
I do
goes,
think the 9 goes. I think it goes right off the 8 ball.
Well, from my vantage point, I was looking at the actual table. I didn't even see the 8 there until I looked at the screen, the actual camera screen.
Yeah. Because of the way the building is designed.
It's going to end up a little high, though, I think.
Yeah. Because of the way this was all set up, we don't have a lot of options for cameras. We do have one more that's set up to check out the other table, and we'll take a look at that table here in just a minute, and you can point out the players on that table because I know you know them.
We definitely appreciate Omega and Steven, coming down here and setting up. I know it's not easy to do, and then live streaming these juniors, man, it's so cool to get them some exposure,
That's the coolest part about it is knowing that our setup.
What a shot.
Wow.
Look at that. Played the cue ball around nicely.
That's the coolest thing is knowing that this little bit of exposure might help these ladies get, a patch on their shirt or get invited to a tournament or to an event or something like that. That's
just
the payoff.
Really the level of getting comfortable being uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
I mean, heck, setting this up, this is a professional setup, and I don't care if you're, an APA 1 or if you're the best player in the world. Playing under the lights is playing under the lights. You know what I mean? So it's great.
It's definitely different.
So what do we think? I don't know if she can pocket this 5 clean. She might be going to just make contact.
Yeah.
Look at this. Got a little roll out of it. It looks like the rolls are kind of rolling for Savannah right now.
Yeah.
Sophia's got to stay sharp.
Because
she is definitely, we said it, Savannah going into this match knowing she's a slight underdog, but it is 9 ball.
Give her a little bit of confidence, yeah.
It is 9 ball,
And I'll tell you, Darren Appleton told me once, he said it doesn't matter if you're the best player in the world, you'll never beat the rolls if they don't want you to win.
Yeah, and also,
that's a true story.
Little mistakes here and there can really make, it's hard to clean up after that. That's what I was saying. It's like the players that I really like to watch are the ones that can make a mistake and then regroup quickly, because those are the players that have a very solid process that start to understand that it's not about perfection. You know what I mean? It's about process.
Definitely.
Well, she's getting good with that bridge.
Yeah, she's making her mama proud, I'm sure.
Yeah. Jeanette's probably taught her a thing or two about the bridge.
Yeah, I'd say. Well, look at this. She's
gonna try to back it up. Oh, she said I'm gonna take the bank.
Yeah, she kind of she slow rolled that ball to avoid the scratch like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now the 8 ball might be in the way here.
Yeah, a little tricky.
How's it gonna roll?
Left it up by the side. So now right here, Sophia's had a couple of these 3 ball outs that she hasn't cleaned up. So let's see if she can do it. And hey, this tough equipment, nobody is a lock to get out. We're gonna see throughout this event, especially later on in the weekend.
Yeah.
With some of the higher level pros.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, you will see some balls missed on this table. That is just a fact.
Well, I'll tell you, not taking anything away from either player. I don't want anybody to think that, but some of the wins that Savannah's had have come off of a very late rack error from Sophia.
And that's going to happen a lot. One thing with nerves, but one thing with equipment.
When the only thing that matters is the 9 ball, that's what's going to happen.
Okay, so she's judging whether she should roll this or she should stun it and take the tougher shot on the 9.
I kind of like rolling forward.
Yeah, but you really got to let your stroke out, and I think that's a better decision right there. and she did, but see, she's getting a little short and quick, Steven. And
no,
look
look at
really set
this.
up Savannah.
And so if she just takes her time here, she's going to tie this up 3-3 and make it a 2-2 race.
Let's look at the bridge. The pool bridge is the key. So the pool bridge looks a little bit high. We were working on those open bridges. See, she looked a little uncomfortable on that one.
Yeah, and the quickness of the stroke might have got her. But again, she left Sophia a tougher shot to get back on the 9. A lot of times what you see is when these position plays are a little bit more difficult, you'll see the player miss the ball because they're worried too much about the position, and they maybe miss aim or make a simple mistake on their ball pocketing.
I like Sophia's process. That was a good, solid.
A great shot.
She went through her routine pretty well on that one. She looked at her target line. She stepped into her shot line. She chalked her cue. She went through her motions, which is it's so important.
I'm going to tell you right now, you better be saying nice things about my daughter.
Nothing but good things, I promise. I was telling the story about when we were working at your house, and she was rolling around on her hoverboard 1 second, then she's on rollerblades the next second, and then she was jumping off the couch.
Hey, look at this, guys. Look who popped in here.
She has
Oh. We got the Black Widow, Jeanette Lee. So, so this
I love
is.
these guys.
Oh,
we got Trenton
so
White over here too. Trenton, say what's
He's
up.
hanging out in the back. We were talking a little bit about how proud you should be, how she's using the bridge. She's been making some really good bridge shots.
Yep.
So that was really, really cool. So
pretty close match too, right here. Savannah definitely looks like she paid a lot of attention this weekend. She's working hard, and you can tell she really likes the game. And her and Sophia are really close friends.
They are.
And I was mentioning that you've worked with Sophia quite a bit, and we were talking.
Sophia's one of those girls that when you're teaching her, she's like a sponge. She's just listening. She's respectful. And she just really automatically tries to start applying it, and she'll put in the work. A lot of people, they say they want to learn, and they may get the knowledge, but they won't put in the work so that their body can absorb it.
Exactly. Yes.
Well, guys, there's some really good knowledge for you from the Black Widow. We're gonna see the Little Widow come to the table here.
That was a solid break by Sophia, and
Absolutely.
yes, working with her as much as I did this week, and the first time I got to meet her, and work with Savannah as well. I mean, all these kids are so sharp, and they pick things up so fast. I mean, and there was a couple of kids that just started this weekend that actually can make a ball now when they couldn't even hold a cue. So it was incredible to watch them learn how to actually make a ball after a couple days.
I watched a little one, real little. His name's Liam, and he played some Scotch doubles with me. That was a good shot. Let's replay that one. He was playing some Scotch doubles, and I asked him, I said, how long have you been playing? And he goes, about 14 days. I was like, oh, man, this is crazy. 2 weeks.
I'm going to, Jeanette, do you want to sit down and get in the booth for a second? I'm going to run to the restroom.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
That's great. All right, so this is a treat for me. The Black Widow officially in the booth now, headset on. What do you think about this week? I know you've been here and you've got to work with all these kids. What do you think of this event so far?
Honestly, I was just telling Marianne how much, I've always had respect for her and the job that she does putting on events, but this was something else. All the little details that she's done, and I think that feeling of the love of the game. These kids have come in, just having no idea what they're going to get.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
and they have been so respectful, and you can tell that you can just tell that they really appreciate it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
The spirit is there.
And guys, I can't speak highly enough about how this weekend or this week has gone with Marion. I don't know how to say it, but this is a chance of a lifetime for these juniors, and so this is not something where they come in here and they, get on the table and they don't get anything out of it. They're working with high-level instructors. They get breakfast. They serve breakfast every day. They have bagels and fruit available for the kids. They get served lunch
Every day.
Every day, and they get to work with Jeanette and Joey and Double J, and if as a kid, if I was given that opportunity, I would have loved to have that opportunity, and it wasn't around as much when I was a kid. So I really get to live vicariously through these kids to let them see. I love watching their reactions. It's so much fun.
And they've also gotten gift certificates for Cracker Barrel and a number of other restaurants in the area.
And I know you did pictures and cue balls. Something to
donated
take home.
Autographed Black Widow cue balls.
Yeah,
yes,
to remember the experience.
Yes.
These kids are not walking away empty-handed. They're
No.
taking home a wealth of knowledge and some goodies too.
And they've made some friends.
That's important.
Kids have bonded, and I haven't seen even the slightest bit of bad feeling between any of the kids. You know what I mean?
So I was thinking about that.
They've been supporting each other and encouraging each other.
Yes, and so they're sending 2 females and 2 males.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to be really cool about that is that when whoever wins these events, they're going to get out there and they're going to feel a little nervous because they might not know anybody, but then those other 3 kids are going to show up.
Right.
And they might be there to watch their match, or that kid may go watch theirs. So it's that camaraderie.
Yeah.
You get to walk up and say, "Oh, how'd you do? Did you win?"
Mm-hmm.
So having that camaraderie at a big event like the BEF is pretty cool. And meanwhile, Sophia has really shown some good mechanics here on getting out on this. She's got a little bit of an angle on the 8.
Yeah, it would have been better if she could have drawn her ball a little bit, but she still looks in great position to run out this table.
And look at that cue ball. She killed the cue ball. That was phenomenal.
Yes. Now that's showing some higher level shooting.
Guys,
she hit it with inside English, right hand English.
You'll have to excuse me for just a second. So I'm going to clap for both these young ladies. Really
Same
good
here.
showing. Really good showing. Super excited to get to see that.
Great job, ladies. Great job.
So, and guys, I'm gonna take a little break. We're gonna figure out what our next match is. One more time, I want to say a huge thank you to the Black Widow, Jeanette Lee.
Thank you. Thanks for tuning in.
And
There'll
guys,
be a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right.
All right, and our next match up on the string table is Adam Poole and Aiden Rigsby. Aiden on your left with the longer hair and the hat. Adam on your right. And it looks like Adam won the lag. Real quick before we delve into this match, because from what I understand, from what you told me, this should be a pretty good match, a pretty competitive match. I do want to talk a little bit about Tony Choi and Chip Compton. That match is available right now on OmegaBilliards.com. If you go to the website, you'll have an opportunity to purchase that stream right now at an early bird discount. So if you want to watch that match in about 2 weeks, I would go ahead and just get it now. It's going to be incredible. If you're a One Pocket fan, it's going to be the match. So
yeah, I'm excited to watch it. I think Tony's playing the best pool of his life, and Chip obviously is.
I think he's found a comfort zone. I think he's found a comfort zone in Austin.
Yeah. Well, we have a very good match here. Both of these kids, I've worked with them throughout the week. Aiden's definitely a local player who's very solid. He's worked a lot on his stroke. He's worked with me and Jeremy both. Is really cleaning up a lot of stuff. He loves the game. And then we have Adam Poole. I just met him this week. Got a nice little rub on that 4-ball.
Yeah, he did.
Or 5-ball, excuse me. Yeah, that's Adam Poole. He can definitely play. He's got a heck of a stroke. Very, very nice kid. Every time had nothing but respect for me and Jeremy. If we told him to do something, he said yes, sir, no, sir. It was excellent to work with him.
I was going to touch on that a little bit. So
well-mannered kid here.
I didn't get out there a whole lot because y'all were kind of doing your thing, and I had no interest in trying to, compare myself to y'all. But I was walking through, and y'all were doing drills. It was the long shot drill, stop, follow, and
Mighty
drop.
X, yes.
Yep. And every table had 2 players, one at one end, one at the other, and they'd set the balls up for each other, and they had a good system. Adam was on the table by himself, and he missed the ball, and he's having to move his cue stick to reset it on the donut, and he was getting a little frustrated. I could see it, so I walked over, and I just started setting the ball on the spot for him. That's all I did. Didn't really say anything to him, and I did it about probably 20, 30, 40 times, something like that. And by the time I was done, as I was walking away, he looked at me and he said, "Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that." And that little gesture right there, I gave him a little bit of advice about emotion, not showing negative emotion. And he thanked me for it. He was super respectful. Never met this kid, but I can tell you right now, I have a lot of respect for Adam Poole, based on how he treated me as somebody he didn't know.
Well, that's good that you got that experience.
Yeah.
And I'm sure anybody out there that knows him knows that he's very, very respectful. That was great to watch. So Aiden playing a little bit of just a roll safety. Looks like definitely left Adam a little bit of an opportunity to play a safety back, but probably going to clip it and try to come behind these balls maybe. Kind of really not in the easiest spot. I mean, I would like to play for length here.
And I don't have a great camera angle. Okay.
So he's going to roll him behind the 9.
I think he's going to roll him the other way.
That's a good shot. He thinned it, but he didn't use enough spin, so left him a little long.
See if my other camera ended up okay. We're kind of seeing a little bit of both tables, so back to this one. We'll get that adjusted later.
Okay. So is he going for the cutting edge here? Straight high, smooth it in.
Be, yeah.
Yep, caught it a little thin.
Yeah, and that's a tough shot because if you don't hit it just right, you will come in behind it.
Yeah. Well, we were actually working on that drill, the cutting edge, and that's one thing that a lot of these kids they didn't believe some of the cut shots that they could make with a smooth stroke. You really wouldn't believe it unless you trained with it. Like me and Jeremy really, really love to teach the cutting edge because the cutting edge is it's a drill for an instructor to really see the flaws in the stroke and the tendencies in the stroke and try to clean somebody up quickly.
We've talked about the cutting edge multiple
it's
times.
A great drill.
And yeah.
So Adam definitely has a good opportunity here. Caught a little heavy.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to kind of cheat that a little bit to ensure that he didn't follow into the pocket or get jawed up.
Well, he had a decent angle. He could have came out. I think I mean, we just gotta know that. I mean, it's a short race in front of a crowd, and we got a little nerves going. I can already tell with both of them.
And you're on the feature table.
Yeah.
And playing under the lights.
And take in mind, me and Jeremy have been working with all these kids from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the past 2 days, and
2.5 really.
We really, you really get to know some players when you watch them play when they're practicing and drilling for hours, and then watching them in competition. So you can see, like I already commented on Sophia's match, that she was just a tad quick, and I even went straight over there to her and told her, "Hey, you were a tad quick."
I heard that.
And she responded well to it, because when you're uncomfortable, you go straight to the things that you don't want, which is amazing, right?
Well, and that's such a good tool to have is having somebody that you worked with. It's the essential. It's the idea of having a quarterback coach watch you throw a bad game, and he can go and tell you, "Hey, this is what you did for the reason that you threw bad." Having somebody to walk up and say, "Hey, your stroke was a little quick," or you had some movement on your stroke. Those are the things that these kids, because they are so sharp, they can change it on the fly way better than an adult can.
And they need it, and they're all thirsty for knowledge. I mean, Aiden coming with a couple of really great strokes right there, by the way. We'll see if he can clean up this run out. But a lot of these kids that we've worked with, they need that information, because I say this a lot, that there's a lot of misinformation. And if you do feel the need to teach some kids, and you teach some great players that are up and coming, you really need to reach out to a professional to do it, instead of just taking your initiative just because you think you're a solid player. Not saying that people don't have the knowledge, but it's always very good, no matter what your skill level is, to have your kid work with a coach. It goes a miles.
I'll be right back. I'll get you something, guys. Give me just a minute. Sorry about that, Joey. We raised the light, and the beads, the scoring beads, are too high for them to reach, so we had to go grab a scorecard.
Well, that's okay. Aiden made a solid out there, solid break. Now he's probably going to elect to push out here, but it's a difficult push because you might have to push out to a kick. So we'll see. But he could roll up table and leave kind of a tricky little safety to a degree. But he might even take the kick on, Aiden likes to play aggressive. This kid, I've really, really enjoyed watching him come along the past few years. I first met him out in Tallahassee, and I worked with him for several hours. And he's just, by the week, by the minute, he's just, game is growing.
And you talked about all these kids
Look
being
at that.
thirsty for
Yeah.
knowledge. This kid, I met him for the first time this week, and I could tell by his attentiveness how much he just wanted to be that sponge. You know, how much he would just wanted to soak it all up.
Yeah.
And use it to his advantage in situations like this.
Yeah. Me and him, you know, he spent a lot of time in the Q-Tech booth. I mean, he is sponsored by Q-Tech. And he spent a lot of time in the Q-Tech booth when we were out in Vegas. And, you know, me and him, we joke around and we play around quite a bit. But but when we're on the table and I'm working with him, it's a very, 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 very mild-mannered coach-student type thing. You know, we're not really joking around when we're doing that, you know, but we still like to have a good time. We have a good relationship. I really look to see Aiden improving quite a bit. I've worked with Adam a little bit this week, and he definitely has a lot of talent with his stroke. He's very knowledgeable. Look at that.
Well,
Speaking
that's
of
a good
that,
safety,
right?
yeah.
Speaking of knowledgeable, look at that.
Do we know where Adam is from?
I don't know. I asked every single one of these kids, but we do have a lot of them here, so
there's
it's hard
quite
for
a
me to
bit.
remember after 2 days. But
I'm sure I could figure that information out. All I really have to do is ask a person or two.
well, Marianne would know.
I'm fixing to see what.
So definitely a good safety there. Kick shot.
We're actually asked a few people close to us, and we're not really sure where Adam is from. I know he has a family member here, and after this match, I'm definitely going to go ask because, I mean, honestly, I want to keep an eye on this kid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's very talented, very respectful, and really loves the game. We're going to test his jumps here. Nice jump shot.
Yeah, and he hit it. He's just going to get a. Oh, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was kind of cruel. I mean, Aiden came with a good hit, but it sneaked through the 6, 7, 9 to put him behind those balls where he would have had otherwise a decent look at the 2. But Aiden with a nice little clean run out. If he can just come one rail up for the 3, everything can be manageable. I mean, obviously, you got to stay in line. A little bit too much smoke on this one.
He got some speed on that one, and he's going to get a weird kiss here.
Yeah.
Close to the rail.
See, that was the shot you want to play with just a little inside and just go 2 rails.
Yeah.
Now, I think that maybe Aiden was doing that. He just kind of over-accelerated, which is another hint of nerves. We have a tendency to over-accelerate, but I love watching it. I love watching kids under the pressure, you know what I mean? Because I did this whenever I was their age. You know, I played in those junior things, you know, and boy, there's nothing like it. Because you know what? These experiences, I remember matches that I played against Justin Bergman when I was 11 and 12 years old. Better than I remember what I ate yesterday.
You couldn't remember what the name of the restaurant in Oklahoma City was 4 months ago.
I'm telling you, right? But I can remember a shot that I missed against Justin when I was 11 years old or something.
These are experiences and memories and what I call,
it's seasoning.
Hot spots. Hot spots. You have hot spot moments. I can think back when I was like 7 years old, I asked my dad a specific question, and I remember exactly how he answered it. I can't remember to take the trash out on Wednesdays, but I remember the conversation I had with my dad when I was 7. It's a hot spot in my brain. So these kids will make hot spots out of this experience.
Yeah. Well, you think about it, man. I mean, they work hard, they practice hard, and they think about getting into these moments, and they want to perform extremely well, and they want to win. So when you have that in your mind at all times, then it makes the memories better. That was a very clean strike into the side.
He's probably just going to play a little bit of top with maybe a smidge of left.
He used straight high
Straight
on
high
this.
to come down past the 8.
This is 100% the cutting edge, even though he's reaching for it. And the cutting edge is teaching people to use their smooth stroke and not trying to hit the ball. See, that was what I mean by a hit. Yes, he goes short, fast, through. When you have a nice, smooth, mild, medium delivery, you get way more energy out of the ball. That pocket would have accepted it. But whenever
Now-
you hit it quick like that, it doesn't accept it as well.
Do you super thin the left side or the right side? I'm looking at it and I'm thinking the right side to go around.
I would just play the simplicity and use right English and come up by the side into the middle of the table with just right English, one rail, and take the longer cut on the 5.
And these shots can be so tough. See, that right there is kind of what
That's
I
the
looked
trouble.
at, but that's a
He
scary
might've got
shot.
away
He
with
got
it.
away with it.
Wow.
But that's a scary shot.
Yeah, it's there, so if he probably didn't even look to do the shot that I was talking about, because I mean it would have been very simple to just play it with a little right English and come towards the middle. Then you have an angle to come back up for the 6. But
As a player, on situations, a lot of times we don't look at what the simplest shot is, but what we think the best shot in our opinion is, and a lot of times we think we overthink it. You don't think about how simple it could be.
Well, it's just searching your options. And you know what? Me and Jeremy were giving some very, very good information before we started this tournament today to a lot of the players, talking about kicking, banking, safety play, kick safes, a lot of stuff, a lot of the feel shots, a lot of things controlling the object ball and the cue ball together, and teaching them how to throw the ball, kill the ball, a lot of these things. It's all experience and gaining experience and knowledge by winning and losing and understanding what caused what, you know. So
And I
if you
think
can know what went wrong, and then that's how you learn from it. Like, okay,
Absolutely,
what
yeah.
happened there?
I agree with that.
Oh, I got a little quick.
I
Then
think the
you can
lean
repeat
got
it, not
Adam on
repeat it.
that. I think the lean got him.
Yeah, it just wasn't very adamant over the ball. Not anything about his name right there, but adamant. But really, he just wasn't very efficient with being when he got over the ball. He just looked like he was kind of
What do
hitting
you
at
do
it.
here to avoid the 9?
I just drag out. I don't kill it, you know, because, I mean, you just take what you can get, especially on a tougher playing table. You're not going to try to force anything. You just got to accept the shot. You
So
know?
this is a smooth stroke, and let the ball just kind of trail out to the side rail.
Yeah.
And
See,
he hit that a little.
I honestly would have just played it on the thicker side and just floated over. Maybe even where the cue ball's at now. You know what I mean?
gotcha.
Let it float over on the thicker side. But
Well, here's
Aiden was, I mean, I like this stroke, though. He went aggressive with it. He tried to play it one rail out, but just lost it a little.
Here's an opportunity for Adam to get on the board here. He's got almost the same shot. It's kind of that float over, but this one you do want to catch the rail and come out.
This is a good opportunity to let it stroke out and feel free, because this shot's pretty. You want it. This is a great shot to open up with to win a game.
Really
because,
get your stroke in.
Yeah, because this is a very makeable shot, but it also lets you get your stroke out a little bit where you're not forcing it. You can get back to that medium. You know. Ooh, got to see it's just a little quick. And might have got a little roll out of it. No.
It's almost the same exact setup. The only difference is it's a little lower, and the 9 ball's not in the way. So Aiden's just going to go a rail out, maybe 2.
Probably 2. Guaranteed coming into the position. Oh, you played it 1.
Oh,
He went to the side. That's why you play it 2, typically.
Yeah, to push it to that side rail. That way you avoid the scratch.
And ladies and gentlemen, like we're talking about, I mean, nerves are a real thing, and kids feel them. They're feeling the heat, and that's what I love to watch. I love to watch when people are uncomfortable. I don't like watching when people are comfortable.
Absolutely.
Because then it shows, you know, their tendencies show out. That's the coach in me. I want to see their tendencies.
Aiden really taking his time here. He's not rushing the 9 ball shot. He knows it's an important shot.
Let's watch that elbow. Nice and smooth on the back. Smooth it out. Beautiful.
And so we talked about him being quick there. I'm gonna do this because for me that was a pretty important shot. When you talk about being quick, he was not quick that time. He really allowed his backswing to
You're talking about
develop
Aiden on that 9?
before he followed through. So
Well,
we're
also
gonna
look at the process, though.
Yeah.
That's what it was the way he pre-shotted himself into it. See, he preset, and he got himself into position.
Guys,
well.
watch the follow through. He's going to go back, and he's going to let that backswing fully develop and then follow through
Yes.
firm. It was a great shot.
Develop is a really good word that we use a lot of. Let the stroke develop, but also the stability of the bridge. That's a huge thing when you see a champion execute through the ball, their bridge hand stays planted. You know,
And a lot of times it can come down to you guys did a bunch of stuff on the different types of bridges.
Yep.
Whether
Look
it's
at this
open,
break.
closed, or
That's
crossover.
That's a break there.
That's a really good break.
Yeah, exactly. The open, close, crossover, froze rail. I mean, there's, in my opinion, I mean, there's they have that book, the 50 bridges, right? But there's really only 4 bridges you need to learn.
Yeah.
And then you can modify it from there with your hand size and whatnot. But
And some people can't use the crossover. Some people have never learned how to use the closed bridge, and others have never learned how to use the open. I was taught on a closed bridge. Thumb over, stability, plant your hand. I know people who have always used that open bridge.
Uh-oh. Boy, these rails are playing sharp.
And the humidity is not as strong on this table because of the lights.
But, I mean, still,
He's going to play it safe here. He's going to go 2 rails around.
The strong thing
Watch.
is, I mean, the rails are playing so sharp. I mean, like they're just coming off tight.
Oh, no, look
and
at
that's
this.
typically related to a lot of humidity. But for the most part, this table is really playing short because of the felt is relatively worn in. I mean, this isn't brand new felt at all. So we all know how that affects the shots.
Yeah. You think he's going to play this with hard left to control the cue ball up for the 7?
I think he's going to play a defensive shot, right? I mean,
that's a pretty good.
Kind of hard to gauge whether he's going to do it or not. He might be trying to throw it in. Oh, he went for the bank. What a shot! That was a nice try.
No.
Nice try.
He got a little payoff on it. Made it a very tough shot on Aiden. I think there's a safety close to built-in, not quite automatic, but.
Well, he's gonna have to hit it good. You got to play 4 rails around and with high right and run into the 8. See, that's why I like going 4 rails around.
Yeah.
He tried to just control it, but if you'd have played it with a stroke and hit that same way, look what the result would have been.
Yeah.
But now a real tester.
Adam's got almost a stop shot.
Well,
stop shot to put him at a good angle for the 7.
Pocketing this ball
is tough.
It's not easy, but you have to stay very efficient. Trust your delivery. He's got a pretty nice transition whenever he executes it, but it stays sometimes too much of a pause. That was a solid stroke. He just missed the ball. It didn't look like he got through it. The transition looked good, you know what I mean? But he just didn't get through the ball. So.
Now, I'll tell you, I don't think that Aiden can see this ball, and I think he's judging to see if he can get the jump.
Maybe a masse here.
I think he's trying to see if he can get the angle to jump it, and he might opt for the kick instead. Now, do you safety kick this from the left side, or do you go for the make?
I'm masseing this
right?
ball for sure. All day long, I would masse this ball. Because, I mean...
I'm not super confident in my masse, so I probably would not.
Yeah, I mean, the kick shot's twice as hard as the masse.
I like kicking the other way and kicking safe, kicking the 6 ball over to this side.
See, I 100% didn't like that.
Well, he caught the rail, but he scratched.
I didn't like that. There's too many variables. You know, the only result you're going to get is make it or sell out. You know what I mean? I don't like that.
Not only that, but his timing was quite quick on that one.
Yeah, he just kind of didn't feel comfortable, and he just kind of gave up on it because he didn't really know the right decision. See, that's one of the things with a lot of these talented kids. They just don't really know what the right move is, you know? So then they're learning, you know, and that's what's great.
And then sometimes not knowing causes them to not decide on anything and just kind of abandon the decision-making process.
Yes, exactly. But so
I'm learning some stuff with Joey Gray in the booth.
I'm telling you. So Adam Poole having a good opportunity here. One rail up.
He held that ball pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he got a little straighter on it.
It's tough. He's going to have to execute a very nice stroke here to come 1 rail down for this 8. He's going to have to stun it a little. I mean, with that little high left and put some extra speed on it. But you can't. You know, when you're putting that extra speed on it, you can't force it. That's the biggest difference. Where speed is developed, it is not forced. You get speed because you create more momentum from the backswing to the forwards.
Let's look at his timing. He had a good pause there. You don't see that pause with too many people.
He's just not getting through the ball very well.
You think the pause is hurting him a little? The extended pause?
Me and Jeremy have worked with him a little bit on it. I think he has a little too long of a pause because I think it hurts his momentum on the forward.
Yeah, you want a back and forth, and you want you want inertia and you
Yeah.
want the law of gravity
Exactly.
to take. You don't want to go all the way back, stop, and then move forward. You want it to be a smooth transition.
I mean, you have to have that moment of hesitation, but it's got to be natural. It can't be forced. And sometimes I think with Adam that he gets that transition pretty solid, but he forgets to go through the ball. You know what I mean? So he'll go back very nice. So it's the built-in backstroke into the transition, but then there's nothing on the forward. You know what I mean?
I always told somebody that the best stroke to me looks like the boat ride at the amusement park. You know, the boat that goes back and forth. And when it gets back, it almost stops, but it never really stops. It's just creating a smooth transition back forward.
It's gravity. It's throwing the ball in the air. It goes up.
That's the best way to do it. You want that little bit of stop, but there's never really a full stop. It's just the transition from forwards to backwards.
It goes up, hesitates, then accelerates. That's what the pull stroke does. So a nice shot there by Aiden. Very well done. Stayed clean on that ball.
And a really good shot to go up 3-0 in this race to 5. This is a double elimination tournament, and both of these guys will play again no matter what. Meanwhile, Aiden going up 3-2.
3-0.
I'm sorry, 3-0. I don't know why I said 3-2.
I think I saw the 2 when you were marking the 3.
That might be it. Let's check out what's going on here. We're going to say hi. Hey, guys. Oh, look, Justin's in the background. What's up, buddy? I'm over here eating this Italian ice that Marianne was so nice to get for all the juniors.
Yeah.
Joey rocking his Q-Tech.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Rock it on. There it is, right there.
This has been a super cool event. This, like we talked about earlier, this venue is really cool. It's really different. It's unique. But these juniors, man, these guys are something else. And we're going to go ahead and go back to our main view here. Aiden Rigsby up 3-0, breaking.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that we've worked on with Aiden.
Wing ball. Oh, cue ball.
Lost it there. Now, a lot of things that when we talk about Aiden's tendencies that we tried to clean up a little bit this week, his bridge length gets a little long, but that's a junior thing. I mean, that typically happens with a lot of players, you know, when you're young. But extremely talented, both of these guys. I mean, so many of these kids, you know, when we talk about tendencies, they all have a tendency to learn so fast. And almost so fast, they're asking intelligent questions that I'm like, I cannot believe you're asking me that because you've already advanced that quick. And it's like, because most students I work with, you know, hey, work on this for a week and then come back. We've only been here for 2 days.
Yeah.
This is our 3rd day, and these kids are soaking it all in.
And sometimes it gets a little scary with that being the fact that you maybe don't want to overload them, but they're picking it up all so fast that you feel like, you know, they can't be overloaded. Like they're all soaking it in so good. So, I'm sure that's a pretty big tester for you guys as trainers and coaches.
I love it, but I mean, you know, we have a lot of information, and I was talking to a parent earlier, and I was letting them know that, you know, how valuable it is to get instruction from somebody who's been playing pool their entire life and knows what they're talking about. The value is in the fact that it, you know, people have to pay their dues to get information, you know, at that rate. You know, me and Jeremy obviously teaching, and Jeanette, we've played pool. I mean, we had some instructors along the way, but I mean, for the most part, all the stuff that we've learned, we've had to pay our dues and build scar tissue and learn the hard way on how to improve.
Yeah.
Giving you a shortcut. I even reiterated that with a lot of the students that this is a very fortunate opportunity to learn from some great instructors that you need to really, really focus, because it took us a lifetime to learn some of this stuff, and you're going to learn it in a couple days, you know?
Yeah.
So it was a great thing, great opportunity. And next year, if you have a junior kid out there, you got to bring him up. Marianne, get with her. We're talking about having maybe 100 kids next year. I think that's probably going to be the goal.
And let me tell you guys, if you get into a situation where you have a kid and every kid deserves the opportunity of a lifetime, and you want to get them here, you know, make it happen. And if you need some help, you know, reach out.
Definitely.
Reach out because we have a really cool story about a young lady named Jordan.
Jordan
She's from
Helfrey,
Kansas.
yeah.
Her signature is one of 2 on this table. I've got actually 3. I've got you, Chip, and her, and that's important to me because she's something else. We'll get a chance to see her on the stream table later, I'm sure.
Definitely, and you know, I worked with her out in Blue Springs, Missouri, and somebody bought her a private lesson, and I had no idea how well she played. And then they said she was 10 years old. I was like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to probably start with the basics. Well, then I watched her hit 2 balls, and I was amazed. And then I started setting more shots up, and I was amazed. And then a 1-hour session turned into a much longer session, and I was just flabbergasted, and I've really prided myself in wanting to help her and steer her in the right direction, and her family couldn't afford to come here. So, you know.
You made it happen.
We made it
you
happen.
and Marianne made it happen.
We made it happen.
Along with the help of several other people. I don't know all the names, so I'm not even going to attempt.
There's a lot of great people out there that
Jason
supported
Shaw
it.
had some to do with it, and I did my best to push that information.
Yeah.
You know, guys, sometimes
It's teamwork, and it's amazing how many people help other people. You know,
sometimes it's not about, you know, donating $100 or donating $20. Sometimes it's about putting the information out there where somebody who can do that is willing to do that.
That's a great thing to say.
So,
right there.
you know,
Yes.
donations cost whatever you're going to send, but shares are free.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't cost you a thing, and it puts in front of some people
Good
who
shot there
sometimes would
by
like to
Aiden.
help. So we got a hill match right here. Aiden on the hill and Adam struggling to catch an opportunity.
Had a few, but just made a few mistakes. And I'm going to talk to him after this and let him know what I saw as far as he needs to get through the ball a little bit better. You know, and that's my job being here. You know, I mean, I worked with these kids, and I want to let them know when I see positive and negative. You know, but yeah, I mean, that is a great thing to mention that if you know any juniors that are talented and they need a little help here or there, you know, me, Steven, and Marianne, just to name a few, are extremely interested in helping all the kids. You know, we're big supporters of the juniors, and we love to help and get these kids motivated for pool because it is a great game. And you know, it's had an ugly face for a while, but we look to change that, and it's getting better and better by the day. I mean, look at this. I mean, all the people that are here. This is.
And let me tell you, I don't want to. I feel like you're giving me a little bit more credit than I deserve, but Omega Mike and Phil with Omega, both of those guys, huge supporters of the junior program.
Mm-hmm.
Omega supports quite a few junior players. So it's kind of built into this team. When I came into Omega, I felt pretty close knit.
Yeah.
Because we all had that passion for the kids.
Well, I love it, and yes. So sorry, I definitely forgot to mention Omega. Mike I've known him since I was a kid, and you know, he's always supported me.
Yeah.
Super great guy, and he only hires people that deserve to be hired that will support the same concept. But I wanted to mention something that I think is really funny from the junior clinic. My stance alignment is still on the ground with the tape on.
I was looking at that. And guys, let me tell you, if you ever want to know how to make your game 10 times better, go buy about 1,000 of those donuts. It costs you about 50 cents, some tape, and 3 mirrors.
Yep, and I can
It'll
explain it
change
to you
everything.
later.
If you want to get in touch and figure out how 3 mirrors are going to change your game, hit up Joey Gray Coaching.
Don't worry, I can guarantee you can build your own training center.
Y'all don't even know.
You can become your own coach.
You will be mind blown at what you can do for about $22.
It is pretty incredible. I told people I'm going to start selling them for $25 because they only cost $22, so I can make a little profit. Set the full setup, the mirrors and the donuts and the tape.
So if you do 10 sessions in a year, you make $30, baby.
Just saying, man.
Meanwhile, Adam gets again, a look at the table, but not a great opportunity at the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's had a few opportunities that he's let slip, but the only thing you can do is try to regain focus and go through your process. No matter what the score is, always stay with your process.
I do like his composure, though.
Yeah, I do too. He sticks with a nice, solid little process.
And being under the lights plus the score, it's 4-0. I think this is the first time I've seen him tilt his head down. He's been extremely positive, and he's staying kind of emotionless.
I think he might have something in his eyes.
Yeah, maybe tired.
This has been a long week. That's when a lot of people don't understand, too. These kids have been training for a lot harder. Me and Jeremy were putting them through drills that we work with the best players around.
Yeah, well, cutting edge is something that you guys work with Sky Woodward on.
Yep.
Something that you work with Shane Van Boning on for the Moscone Cup. Those are systems that you guys use to train Team USA.
Yep.
And these kids are not getting the watered-down version. They're getting the exact same version.
Oh, yeah.
The Mighty X drill.
Well, we built
into
it for a lot of kids. Like when you're doing the Mighty X, you don't necessarily start 2 diamonds up, 1 diamond over. You can kind of bring the cue ball closer to the middle of the table so you can get the draw stroke. But then you let it graduate, because it's just like in golf. They tell you whenever you first go to the green and you start putting, you start off with 3-footers, you work your way back. You never start off with a 12-foot.
Yeah, you don't want to practice a 12-footer because, you haven't made the 3-footer yet.
Yeah, you want to get the sound of the ball going in the hole. That is the main thing, right? If you start to feel that and hear it and see it, it really starts to respond. So then you can come back a little.
It's also that learning the fear of it, because there's a little bit of fear in everything. It's like there's 3 cliffs. One of them's 10, one of them's 20, and one of them's 30 foot from the water. Sometimes you got to start at the 10 to kill the fear.
Of course, yeah. What a shot! There was cutting edge in a. That makes me proud right there. That was a great stroke right there. Cutting edge came into play, and Aiden was in my group with the cutting edge, and so that makes me happy to see. Really clean stroke right there, but still has to clean it up. This is a difficult shot. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that just makes me happy because that's a shot that we worked on for several hours the other day.
I absolutely love the fact that as soon as this match is over, we're going to take a little break, and you're going to go out there and you're going to talk to Aiden about the cutting edge and talk to Adam about his follow through, his full stroke, and I'm going to step out there and tell Adam how well he did, regardless of the of the score.
Well, it's not over yet. Aiden's got to make a very solid strike here.
Absolutely.
Definitely going to talk to both players about what I've seen, and I love that. It makes me feel so good to work with these guys throughout the week and then be able to critique him after a match, one way or the other.
And he avoided the scratch on the one side. Okay.
So Adam with a great opportunity. Probably going to have to stretch again.
Tougher cut. This might be a bridge shot.
And I would say so. Maybe behind the back. I would definitely have to use the bridge for sure.
Does he have an extension on his cue?
And see, that's one thing me and Jeremy were talking about with the extension. A lot of players, if you don't use it consistently, it adds deflection if you try to use a little bit, because you're not getting through the ball very well. You're adding weight, and you're kind of poking at the ball like a pinprick at the ball, right? So it actually adds more deflection. If you use any spin, it'll push it one way or the other a lot more. So that's why a lot of people miss balls fat whenever they're shooting with the bridge.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Or not with the bridge, but with an extension.
I play with sorry guys, we got some announcements to be made. I play with the Q-Tech Duo extension, and I use the smaller extension. I believe it's a 2-inch extension, maybe a 3, but I use that all the time. So that's a tough miss there with the bridge.
That's awesome. Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Q-Tech, and we've got a special surprise. Q-Tech is going to they've donated a cue,
Really?
to the juniors.
Oh,
and,
please tell me it's an Avid.
It is an Avid. It's a Chroma.
Oh,
One of the Chroma
yes.
cues. It's a very, very beautiful cue.
Is that the bright
and
green?
we are going to take an intermission right after this round of matches, and we're going to draw for that cue.
No way.
Yep. It's going to be
so
awesome.
all of these juniors get an opportunity.
All these juniors get an opportunity to win the cue, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Oh, man, that's cool. Is there a match still going on the table next to us? Are we going to – I wondered if we could do it on the stream. That'd be cool to do.
Yeah, we'll do that on the stream. I'm going to go talk to Marianne about it and get it all set up. Go ahead and cruise through this match. Nice being here, folks. And I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, Adam Poole with a shot at the 7-ball to get on the board. Very important shot here. Very important shot for Adam. Oh, and he's just having a tough time. A little bit of a struggle there, but again, his spirits, I mean, he's pretty straight-faced, and he's not letting it bother him too much. He knows he's having a tough time, and meanwhile, Aiden, who shot phenomenal the whole match, is struggling a little bit on this last rack. He's going to have a really tough shot on this 8-ball. He's going to cut it all the way up in the corner, it looks like. This is a cutting-edge shot like Joey was talking about. Wow. And he got a little tough on the 9-ball. But, man, what a shot that was. Looks like we're going to get the bridge. Yeah. Oh, no, he's going to get the extension. Uh-oh. And this is a big, big opportunity for Adam here. Big opportunity for Adam. He's got a really good lineup. Good shot. Good shot there. Guys, don't forget our next event, Tony Chohan and Chip Compton. It's happening live in Round Rock, Texas. That's Austin area for anybody who doesn't know. And they played twice with Omega. They played a bunch of times, but they played twice with Omega. And the first time they played, Chip got 9-8. The second time they played even. And they're 1-1 under that. Chip won the 9-8, Tony won the even. So the only logical thing to do is to play a set where it's 9-8 and even. So that's going to be a big match. Tony Chohan, Chip Compton. You can get your pay-per-view pass right now at omegabilliards.com to get that event pass. And you're going to get it cheaper than you normally would because it's on an early bird special right now. So make sure you go to omegabilliards.com, get your pay-per-view pass, or race to 27-1 pocket, Tony Chohan, Chip Compton. It's happening in 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. We'll start in 2 weeks. Adam sizing up this 1-ball. Guys, I'm going to be right back. I got to step away for just a second. Let you watch these kids battle it out. I'll be right back.
All right, guys. So next up on our TV table, we have winner's side match. This is Deke Squire and Jordan Helfrey. Jordan is a really cool story. She's the young lady from Kansas that Joey Gray gave a little boost to make sure that she got out here. Excuse me, guys. That was weird. That was like the I got to yawn, but I don't really have to yawn.
Oh, interesting.
So Jordan's the young lady that got a little assistance with Marianne and Joey. Very deserving player. Not that any of these players aren't. She's playing Deke Squire, and Deke's a small little guy.
But he's got a big stroke. Don't worry.
Yeah, he does. I've heard.
And he's super intelligent and witty, and he knows his way around the table. He does. So this is a great match to watch. Both of these kids can play, and they have a lot of heart, and they're both extremely smart. Jordan, I worked with her out in Blue Springs, and I was instantly amazed. And just said, I've really got to work with this kid, and she works with another kid that I work with who couldn't make it, unfortunately, Caden Harbach.
Yeah.
And Caden, he's a very talented player, and he's kind of been taking her under his wing a little bit.
Oh, look at this. He got a nice little rub there.
Mm-hmm. Play the pro side, maybe a little bit, catch it off the ball.
Well, this young man is, he's probably pushing about 3'8", 3'9", maybe close to 4 foot, but he has no problem getting up there, lining up on the ball straight, and hitting that ball into the pocket.
Another kid who absolutely amazed me, out in Vegas, he came into the booth, and I'm just thinking, okay, this little kid might need to learn how to make a bridge or this and that, but then he was being witty and joking around and getting up there and running out, and I was like, "Whoa, what is going on here?"
Is he the one that said that he's got the wittiness of a guy who's been hanging out in a pool hall for 20 years?
That's exactly what I said. Yeah, the guy is like, he's 10 years old, but he acts like he's like that guy that's been in the pool hall for 50 years and knows all the jokes. You know what I mean? If you try to outsmart him, you're going to come up short. That's for sure.
Well, I caught him as he was going into our arena here, and I stopped him and I said, "Are you Deke?" And he said, "Yes, sir." And I said,
"Nice shot, Jordan."
And that was a really good shot. We're going to replay that one. I said, "You're up on the stream table, and good luck." And he goes, "Thank you. I appreciate that." So again, all these kids with their incredible etiquette.
But let's look at the level of talent right here. These kids they're 20 years between them. And
20 years old together.
Together they're 20 years old, and there's a lot of 20-year-old people out there that wish they could have a stroke or the alignment.
I agree.
Really, the alignment at this age is unbelievable. Look at the elbows. Look at the hands under the elbow. You don't see that with kids this age. You know what I mean? It's very rare. So Deke going for the bank and lost it a little bit. Cue ball rolling down there, maybe behind the 8. I think Jordan can cut this though.
And the cue ball positioning for the 5 is going to be really, really tough.
Probably wanted to come one rail back into him or just try to take anything she can get, I would assume. See, I like how she comes over and checks her shot. She's got a pretty solid pre-shot routine.
Can you tell me?
Very knowledgeable.
I haven't heard the story. Can you tell me the story about how she started playing pool?
So apparently, I'm gonna run into the 7 a little bit. So 2 years ago, her parents they got a table, and she just literally picked it up basically out of nowhere, which is pretty amazing because I actually talked to her parents and asked, has she ever trained with anybody? Who teaches her? What is going on here? Because I was adamant. I was like, what is happening here? This is
Somebody
unreal.
who's took some lessons.
And they told me no, that she literally learned this on her own with a few people to help here or there, but no super professional instruction. She's just that talented, which is amazing. Whenever you see her live, her fundamentals are immaculate. So just literally picked it up just on a whim and started running out on people. And, her parents started taking her around and very, very interested in getting her to compete more because they saw how good she was. And huge supporters of her, great people, willing to come all the way across the country to watch their 10-year-old play pool.
Awesome.
I think that's amazing, because the kids can't do it by themselves. They have to have support from their parents, and to see that is pretty amazing. You don't necessarily see that with every kid out there, which is sad, but it's good to see it when it happens, So, very, very fortunate kid, has great parents.
Well,
So.
and this young man, too, clearly there's a story here. I don't know what he's undergone, but you're talking like you've known this kid for years, and he hasn't been able to walk around a pool table for years. I mean,
Yeah. Well, so Deke, it was really interesting. I don't know his backstory, but being 10 years old obviously isn't a very long list of a story, right? So, but I do know. What a shot! What a shot! Good try. Good try.
Wow.
Kind of threw it out, but he made a good effort at it. But both of these kids, the one thing I do know for sure is they both like to play. They're extremely talented, and I look to see these two competing a lot in the near future, as far as the juniors are concerned, and even at a pro level. Probably not. Once they both grow at least a few inches, they're going to both be. They're forces right now, but imagine when they both put a little size on them, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, when they get tall enough to be able to stretch across that table or get that awkward angle without being, underneath the rail as far as your body.
The amazing thing was yesterday, cut that a little heavy.
Yes, it was a tough cut.
Yesterday, me and Deke were working together, and I was really helping him with his alignment and talking about different stroke techniques and stuff and things that can happen with naturally swinging around yourself when you feel uncomfortable, throwing your right shoulder at it. And, we had literally, it felt like I was talking to a 40-year-old, about their stroke. But like he could agree and resonate and understand what I was saying, and so we had an actual conversation. It wasn't me telling him. We were having a conversation back and forth about it, which how many 10-year-olds do you actually have a conversation with about a subject that's as technical as pool?
This is the same type of conversation that you might have with Skylar Woodward
Jeremy,
or Chip Compton or Jeremy Jones.
Oh, good try, good try.
And he really did try that combo there, and it was just a little long.
Just overcut it a hair, didn't he? Left her pretty tough, though.
Yeah, I don't know what I do here.
I think you got to go. You either play the 6 to the back rail or you go ahead and try to whack at the bank.
The biggest thing is that if this ball falls off the table, every other ball on the table is literally sitting in front of a hole. So
I think she's looking more for the cut here, actually, which is very, very difficult, especially being elevated. But look at that bridge for a 10-year-old.
Very stable. She's got her palm planted, which is something that you don't see a whole lot.
See, there was a danger there. It was definitely I like the aggressive thought process, but it's just a difficult shot. And like we said earlier, half these kids, they haven't been presented with a scenario like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a scenario that even an adult's going to be like, what do I do here? So.
Well, and I'm sure these kids have played in a couple tournaments. I'm sure they've probably played in a $10 weekly tournament, or maybe even like a juniors tournament where they're just playing other juniors.
And so that just being a scenario where Deke could not reach the shot, and so he couldn't even take ball in hand short-sided. You know what I mean? Because he was the 6 or the 7 was in the way.
Yeah.
He couldn't elevate, so he tried to take the longer shot.
He looks a little like Bergman in that picture of y'all when y'all were like real young.
He does have that look.
He looks a little bit like Bergman. Oh, and again, that shot right there was a little tough. I hope the pressure's not getting to him. That's what I'm worried the most about, is just putting that extra pressure on him.
Oh, and that's,
I hate doing it, but I know it's good for the soul later on.
It's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever. That's what we want to see. You obviously don't want to see kids miss a ball and struggle ever, but you want to see that this is growth.
Well, and for every ball that they miss and they struggle with, at some point they're going to make a ball, and it's going to be amazing, because it's something where we said, oh, this is tough. I don't know what I can do here. And here in just a minute, one of these kids is just going to nail it.
So one of my favorite things watching Jordan is she does this thing where when she's down, she kind of like closes her mouth and kind of rolls her tongue, like you know what I mean, and you can just tell that that's her focus, you know.
Yeah.
But so definitely tried to go for the cut there, just not feeling comfortable. You can kind of tell she's laughing about it a little bit, but so a little discrepancy over there, but so definitely like to see Deke get out from here. He's as long as he can get a decent angle on the 7, and he got there, he can roll this ball in and have the 8 hanging for position for the 9. So looks like he's probably going to get on the board here if he can center himself and get rid of those nerves. Look at that elbow, though. That's incredible for that age.
For that angle, like he can't even bend over the table. He's standing straight up and he's on the ball, basically.
I mean, yeah, he's
able to lean down, but he doesn't really bend down.
And if you see, I mean, that cue is directly under his chin, in between his eyes. Oh, no.
Oh, and he
knows it.
I hate to laugh at a tough moment like that, but the reaction was
definitely
something that you see out of a pro.
But, I mean, yeah, definitely he's eye roll, definitely knows that he made a mistake there. So Jordan got away with one there. So
yeah, she stole one for sure.
Jordan gets the game.
Wow, these kids just amaze me. But you know, he didn't throw a stick. He didn't get too upset. He showed a little emotion, then he reeled it back in. He threw a stick in his bag.
Yeah, he's a very emotional kid, but he's very, very mature at the same time. I walked up to him because we called his match, and he was wearing his headphones listening to music over in one of the booths, and so he didn't hear. And so I walked up to him. He was laying down, and I was like, "Hey, man, come on, it's your match." He goes, "Do I have to?" And I was like, "Come on, man, you know you want to." He was like, "But I'm comfortable. Can we just wait a little bit?" I was like, he's just hilarious.
And call a 20-minute intermission.
He's just funny because he's like that, you know. I mean, it's very, very, very sharp. And not easy for these kids to rack these balls when you're that size. I mean, hard to reach up there around that one ball. But now we're going to see the break of Deke.
So it should be Jordan's break. I think it's winner. I'll be right back.
So here we go. So it was just made known that it is winter break. So Deke broke a little out of turn, but we just have to be clear about the rules. So Jordan with a nice shot to start a run, get a little bit of momentum going, but the 3 ball being tangled up, she's probably going to have to roll this in and take a longer shot on the 3, play some type of defense. But definitely wants to get a couple balls rolling in. She had a little bit of a shaky game. You know, the nerves at 10 years old are probably creeping in a little.
Just a reminder, junior players, this is
Lost it a little bit.
Winter break format. Just a reminder, winter break.
So I'm looking at Jordan's expression over there, and she kind of just threw her hands up, like not in a bad way, but just kind of just like, ugh, I feel like I'm supposed to make these shots, and I'm not. So looking a little disappointed with that last shot. So Deke trying to bank that ball up table. Got a little love out of it. 2 balls not in a favorable position for Jordan. Looks like she's going to go for the cut here.
Table 10, Brandon Peck and Adam Poole, table 10.
That's a good try. Definitely not the easiest shots. You know, it's a very difficult table. Like if I didn't explain it earlier, the conditions, the slate, the bed of the table. Hey, look at Deke. What a shot. Oh, man. Got a little rub on that 3 ball. That ball was going right in the hole. Good try, buddy. Yeah, the conditions of the table, the actual slate, the bed of the table is relatively slow in relation to what you'd normally see on a diamond table. So it's a very tricky scenario because the rails, the balls are coming off very short and very hot. They're coming off a lot faster, and then they're rolling very slow. So that makes it hard for a world-class player to start judging the speed. Now you take into account these kids are not used to certain conditions and making those adjustments. It can really make things frustrating, you know, when they're used to playing on newer equipment or maybe a different table. I mean, it throws things off. So you just have to pay attention to that. But that's what's amazing about this, you know, traveling at a young age to play pool is one of the greatest experiences you could ever have, because guaranteed after this, it doesn't matter what kid it is. I don't care if it's one of the true beginners. This experience is 100% going to affect their pool game. In the future, they're all going to leave here playing better and having more knowledge than they came, you know?
Absolutely. And sorry, guys, I took a drink and it didn't agree with the way I tried to drink it, so went into a little coughing fit. My voice is a little off. Joey's taking care of it. And so we're still 1-0. And it looks like Deke here has got a pretty solid follow-through shot, just following the ball up table.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go for the side pocket here. I think the 6 has probably got it blocked, but he definitely rolled this ball in and come between the 5 and the 9 is what it looks like.
And the only thing he really needs to worry about besides pocketing the ball is just the speed. He wants to make sure the speed gets him down there. And he hit it well.
Stroke looks a little quick for him anyways.
He may have had more angle than I thought he did.
Nah, I think he was fine. I think it was just a miss, and that's happening right now, you know, and this is one thing for sure. It doesn't matter what level, what age. Players respond off of their opponents a lot. So sometimes, I mean, if you ever notice that 2 players start to kind of play alike with the tempo around the table and they start missing balls, or one person starts running out, the other one starts running out. It's very strange how that happens, you know. You feed off of other people's energy.
Yeah, it's almost like channeling your opponent.
So she go one rail here? She does, and what a shot. Very good hit there.
Great hit.
Right, I'm going to let you take it, Steven. Yeah. I need to use the restroom, take a little break. We'll be back in a bit, folks.
Go right ahead. All right, so Deke here at the table on the 4 ball. Oh, tough miss. And you can tell by his reaction there that, you know, he thought he made that ball pretty well, but he just comes back over and kind of chills out on the wall. Jordan here with a good follow shot. Nice and smooth. Probably could have come down a little bit further, but it's okay. Nothing detrimental to her ability to make this ball. Sorry, guys. I promise I'm not trying to clear my throat in y'all's ear, but oh, wow, look at that shot. That was a great shot. Really solid. Now, The question is, can she make the 6 in the side? I don't think she can. So this is another cutting edge shot that she's going to have to perform pretty well on. And that's a tough shot. I mean, let's not forget that the table conditions are pretty tough on this table as well. So we see Deke come to the table again. The discipline of these players being able to recognize that they need to chalk their stick after every shot. And, you know, all the things that a really great player would do in their pre-shot. You know, chalking the stick, lining the balls up. Really, really phenomenal to see these kids doing that. Oh, and Deke here with a really good shot. Looking to try and stop the momentum of Jordan Helfrey. Oh, and he tried to cut that ball up top, and he almost got there twice. He almost scratched.
Skylar Hires, Thomas Swain.
Really nice
Table
control
7,
shot right here for
Skylar
Jordan.
Thomas,
Make the
table
ball,
7.
get a little bit of a roll forward. Uh-oh. This is a really important shot here. She's done well. Actually thought she was going to cut that ball. Going for the bank is probably the better shot, but she's had really good accuracy on those longer cuts, so kind of expected her to cut it based on that, but it's all about the comfort of the shot. Oh, and Deke with a tough miss here, and this ball's going to hold up. I think this ball's cuttable in the side, though. It's pretty thin, so she's got to be comfortable with the thin cut. Otherwise, the bank is there. Judging her lineup on it, she might be going for the bank. Oh, she went for the safety. Yeah, just tap it up and force him to make a good bank. I have nothing wrong with that, and he's dealing with some height issues. Wow, that's a great shot. Great shot there. What a really good bank on that 9 ball. Let's take a look at that again. I'll let this replay come into frame. And again, he takes a breath, he lines up, and he quickly puts his cue on the table and turns that into a 1-to-1. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a match here, guys. And these two kids are really, really good players, especially for 10 years old. I mean, I can't imagine what they're going to be like at 15 or even 20. This is such a cool thing to see. I mean, I know I keep saying it. I know it probably gets a little old to hear, but watching these juniors perform like this, compete like this is incredible. Don't forget, guys, Chip Compton and Tony Chohan. That's live in 2 weeks in Round Rock, Texas at Skinny Bob's Billiards. We will be there. It is a race to 27 with a 9-8 handicap on Chip's break and an even race on Tony's break for $100,000, $50,000 apiece. So, yeah, let's get back to the action here. Deke with a good break. One goes in the side. Two is almost not seeable. He might be able to clip it. He also might be able to go to the rail. They are playing push out, so if he's comfortable with the push, he may decide to push. He just turned to Jordan and said, I'm going to push out. And he's trying to find the spot where he can leave it. And these kids playing like a good push out is such an impressive thing. And he came a little high. I feel like she's probably going to give that one back to him. I'm not even sure she approached the table. I couldn't see, but I think maybe she looked at it and said, "Nah, you go ahead." There it is with the good hit. And left Jordan tough. She's going to have to work to hit this ball and create an opportunity or block one for Deke. And we got Mr. ABT back in the booth now, Joey Gray.
Always be teaching.
Always be teaching. Look at that jump shot. She jumped that ball.
Yes, she did.
Oh, wow.
And yes, she does.
She's good with the jump cue.
I watched her either today or yesterday. I'm not sure exactly, but I watched her sit there and practice her jumps. And I mean, you'd be amazed. She actually has YouTube videos of her doing no-look jumps. The no-look shot where she waves the cue, the long straight in, and fires it in. Wow, look at this shot, by the way. These kids are just too talented, buddy. I mean, this is the real deal.
I'm getting more replays of good shots than I ever got with Shane and Dennis.
What I'm saying, it's just unreal. I mean, like, at 10 years old to have that talent and be that minimized with your length. Look at that bridge length.
Minimize the
wow, good hit.
Killed that ball.
Good hit. I just love it. It's so awesome to watch this because I mean, this is the future, man. Yeah. I mean, we are watching the future.
These are the kids that will be in the running for all the top spots in 15 years.
Look at her tip position. Look at her pre-strokes. And look at that timing. I mean, that was great. And that's what I've been teaching these kids as well. It's not about the results. It's about the strokes and the process leading up to it. That's what it's all about.
If you look like you hit it good, even if you didn't make it,
it's
as long as you hit it good, that's what counts.
Now, you can take that one way or the other, right? Some people might take that as like looking good, like showboating, like showing off, right?
Like,
but no, it's
form.
Yes. Look at that was a great stroke there. Very nice by Deke. It's all about keeping your fundamentals and everything being solid because that is what makes a better player. I explained to them a professional is going to be nervous. His heart rate's going to be pounding, but you know what? They look calm as a Hindu cow whenever they're running out because they trust their process and they're so consistent with their process. They don't ever break apart from that.
That's why it was always so enthralling to me. Absolutely incredible to see them put the heartbeat sensors on players, the monitors, to watch these guys. You know, a normal human being is going to walk around somewhere. Everybody has their own rhythm, but it's usually somewhere between like 70 and 80 beats per minute.
Ooh. Going to see a lot of that this week.
But some of these guys' heart rates were jumping up to like 120, 130, and they just look so calm.
Well, you look at, Shane, when Shane won that Euro Tour tournament, he had the highest heart rate of all the players throughout the event.
Oh, I'm sure.
And ended up winning it. And it's not like he's running sprints. We know what that's related to. It's related to feeling the heat. Yeah. Your heart starts pounding. But you know what? Shane relies on his process, and he allows it to help himself focus. So you can let it make you or break you. But
his
look
heart
at Deke. Did we get a replay
pounding,
of that one?
Yeah.
What a shot that was.
That was a really good shot. His heart may still be pounding, but he's using everything in his knowledge bank to keep himself calm under control.
It's all in the process, you know. I always tell people, oh, did he get lucky? Oh, I always tell people you have to focus on your process to become a better player, meaning everything you do before you strike the cue ball encourages the result. How you approach the table, how you get down into position, how many different angles you're looking at. See, I love how she's going over there to look at this angle of the kick because it's so much more efficient. It's going to help her so much more visualize the line that she's coming into the 7, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean she's going to make it, but guess what? It does improve your odds. And look at this shot. Wow, I almost ate my words
I
there.
thought she made it. I thought she
And she
drilled
had
it.
position. I mean, that was a great shot.
Wow.
You just got to love it.
And I like
you can
this
see
too,
they're
like,
both kind
both
of
of
getting
them-
in the zone a little bit.
Yeah.
Looks like they're getting a little fire going. I like it.
And so it looks like Deke has a little bit more of like a high energy, fast pace, while Jordan is a little bit more calm, a little bit more collected looking. I don't know.
No, I know
how
exactly
she's
what you're
feeling,
saying.
But she walks around the table at the same pace no matter what. Deke's pace is picking up, and he's feeling it.
They definitely have a different natural pace of play, and that's what's really interesting, even at this age, to have that. You know, you see some kids. I was more like Jordan, I would say, whenever I was younger, very methodical and took my time over every shot, and I looked at my lines.
I was like Deke.
Chip is a lot like Deke.
Running to the table.
Yeah, he just looks at it and you know, he sees it and delivers at it. You know what I mean?
And there's
no sense
nothing-
in messing around.
There's nothing wrong with either one.
With either style.
Sometimes you can just see it, and you don't have to.
Wow.
You don't have to visualize it.
We got to put that. That was a great shot too.
Sometimes there's players who have to visualize everything, so it takes a little bit longer. But neither one is wrong. It's just different.
Yeah, I like to see. I mean, I really like at this age Jordan's style because it's making her more efficient.
Methodical.
Because she's double checking things. You know, it's a very mature way of playing. Not saying that Deeks isn't, because he's a very big rhythm player, but he shoots so straight. They both do. But I really like watching the players.
I saw her do this a minute ago, and it cost her the rack. And
She rolled it to the rail?
It's not because it was a bad shot. It's because Deke made a good one. She had a shot over here. She tapped the 9 to the rail and left him a bank, and he just nailed it. I feel like that may cause her decision-making to go to more of the bank rather than the safety.
I think she should cut this ball in for sure. But, I mean, you know, she's
going to stick to her guns.
She's smart. I mean, she knows they're playing on a 9-foot table, which, you know, Deke isn't the tallest kid, obviously, right?
There's
so
3 Dekes on that table.
She's taking.
To make the length.
That's kind of dirty pool. You think about it, you know. She knows her opponent, so she's gauging it. But he's checking the bank angles. He's getting the bridge, and trust me, this kid.
If you know somebody's left-handed, do you leave him a good shot on the right or
That's
the
what
left
I'm
side of
saying,
the
right?
table?
Yeah, this kid is not afraid of any shot, though. That's the scary part. That's a little long for him, though.
Yeah.
But look at that. Look at him stretching out. And ladies and gentlemen, he was on his tippy toes right there.
Oh, don't scratch. He doesn't
Don't
deserve
do it.
that.
Don't. Wow. Oh, and it just dribbled in there.
Well, and Jordan's safety play is going to benefit her.
Yeah, I mean, it was a wise decision in some rights, but I mean, you know, probably should have went for the cut, and she will eventually get there.
Yeah.
But right now, she doesn't know that shot's more efficient than the shot she shot. You know, but she will over time, and that's one thing you develop scar tissue as a kid.
Yeah.
You there's nothing like being in the fire, right? Like you could have me and Jeremy at your side all day long, coaching you, right? Teaching you and playing with you all day long. But until you're in the ring and you're making your own decisions, you're never going to really learn, you know?
Well, something that I really like there, and you'll understand it, I know you will. So guys at home, if you're listening and you don't understand, just listen real close. So a lot of times when a player does something and it bites them in the butt, they steer clear of it, even though it might be the right thing to do. She had the opposite. She shot a shot the rack before. It cost her a rack. She shot the same rack there, and she didn't stray away from it because
Sticking
in
to
her
her
head,
game plan.
she still believes that was the right thing to do. Whether it cost her the last game or not, she says, this is what I'm supposed to do. So when she learns all those shots, and she has that decision-making down, not based on anything other than this is what she's supposed to do, she's going to be a really good player.
Oh, they're both, I mean,
Really
just
good.
I mean, if you can't even imagine the talent that these kids have on top of the lifetime of knowledge that they're going to build, I mean, it's going to be ridiculous how good they both play.
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I want to take Deke to a pool hall and just play scotch doubles with him.
Yeah.
Invite all players, play Play a little cheap
I
scotch
can
doubles.
guarantee you one thing for sure: if none of them win a game, which would be unlikely, that he loses. I mean, really, he's gonna run out for sure. But he's definitely gonna make everybody laugh.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that. Deke is all about having a good time, but he takes it serious too, and that's what I liked about training with him and coaching him and working with him. I think she could see it.
Yeah, I think I got a bad angle over here.
But he definitely.
Whose idea it was to buy a curved monitor.
I know, right? Yeah,
that's my fault.
He was definitely a hoot to deal with in the camp. Good shot.
Oh, look at that.
Good shot
The combo there.
Very nice. But he really, whenever it came time to train, he worked really hard. And both of these kids, very, very sharp, very talented. But, I mean, they were both very respectful and respectful of each other, too. You can see it.
So Jordan's mom is sitting behind us, and she's watching, and she's kind of watching away from the table.
Should we put her on the camera?
We can here in a minute.
All right.
She doesn't like that. I did an interview with her yesterday, and she's not a fan of the camera, but she's sitting behind us watching the screen, and I believe her husband is he's right over here watching kind of the other side. And something that's really cool about her is she knows Jordan's a little shy, so when Jordan found out that they were going to make it down to this clinic, she did it on like a Snapchat video with like a filter. They were kind of playing around beforehand, and then she's like, "Hey, I want to tell you something." And for being somebody who's shy, because it's so hard to get them to break out of their shell, the excitement on her face was just priceless.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was
the excitement on her face. You saw I sent you the video immediately.
Well, I was actually so her mom sent me the video first,
good.
and I was out to dinner with some family actually, and I had already told them about Jordan and how impressed I was with her and what we were trying to get put together and everything, and so I was able to show my family that. She surprised Jordan with the fact that they were coming out here.
Oh,
wow, smart kid.
That's a smart shot
Smart
right there.
kid, yeah. I think it's 3 foul rule, to be honest. So.
No 3 foul. No 3
oh,
foul.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. But so she surprised Jordan saying, because at first she said, "Hey, remember that camp that we were going to that we weren't going to be able to make it?" Well, Joey and a few people got together and they helped us get to where we could go to the camp and train. And Jordan was like, "Oh my gosh, really? I'm going to see the Black Widow."
She was super excited to see
so excited, because she is a very reserved kid. But when she wears her emotions on her sleeve, you can see it when she's happy. Look at this shot.
Look at that shot.
I mean, that's all feel there. That's a bad roll.
That's just no pay.
But that hit right there is all feel. Long rail, one rail, not in the pocket. That's an all feel type shot.
I hit that ball.
I mean, that's a pro. A pro would miss that shot very often. I mean, that was a great shot. Believe it or not, that people. You just don't see that.
That
with
long
kids
rail
her
is
age.
hard to judge. Period. It doesn't matter what your age or your skill level is. It's hard to judge.
So Deke, I would rather him shoot this ball on the other side of the table and come over for the 5. But when these kids see something, they see it quickly and they stick with it. That's what's pretty interesting. They don't really get too indecisive, a lot of these kids.
What did Efren always say? He says you can learn a lot more from watching an amateur player than you ever could from watching a pro. Something like that.
That's why we like going the other way. Yeah, definitely, because you look at their decision makings. They're going to do something unorthodox, right?
Yeah.
But we definitely wanted Deke to go the other side. Look at the 9. Ooh.
Well, I mean, look at that. He got up there and he said, "Okay, I hooked myself. Not a big deal. I'm just going to kick the ball, make contact, and try not give her a shot."
Well, I can tell that, honestly, I think that Deke is struggling with the speed of the table because, like we said earlier, that the bed is slow. So you think that the ball's going to roll out because the rails are bouncy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it kind of baffles you a little bit. This would be a pretty tricky little one-pocket table to play on because the rails being so springy and the bed being slow. If your stroke gets inefficient, it shows big time.
Yeah, this is the same type of table that they had at Skinny Bob's.
Watch
for
out.
the one pocket. They talked about how springy it was, but how the table bed was a little slower.
Yeah, a lot of those tables in New Orleans are like that.
Yeah,
for sure.
New Orleans, Austin, anywhere where it's really, really, really humid, but the pool room usually has a good air system.
Houston, yeah. So Deke needed to come up a little bit more than that. But you know what? I mean, Jordan got a little bit of a roll leaving the 9 where it's at, because that definitely makes this run out 10 times tougher. So.
Especially at the angle that Deke's going to be shooting the 7 ball at.
Ooh, that was a heck of a try. Did you see him do a little body English?
Yeah. This kid's got character.
Oh, he's got character. You know what? That's putting it mildly. He is a stone cold champion. I love hanging out with him because he's so funny.
And look at this. She has no fear.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's really probably the wiser decision instead of going for the bridge.
Smooth kick.
I mean, look at that. Like it was a hanger. Beautiful. Beautiful shot.
I'm gonna have so many good replays. I'm super stoked about that.
But you know what's more amazing to me is how well she kicks without any like real knowledge about systems or anything like that. Most of her kicks are all by feel, and that
that's
shows.
The best kicker out there.
Look at this shot. Oh, I thought she hit it good.
Wow.
Yeah, she's very, very talented, man.
The best kickers out there are the ones that don't count the diamonds, but they know the diamond system.
But they have that feel.
Use it.
Yeah, but that only helps assist you, you
but
know?
the feel is where they look at it and they say, okay, this is where it's supposed to be at.
You know what? How many of these guys and people, and I'm not saying that people that come up with systems and stuff aren't great players. But I will say this, that, you know, just because you know every system, even if it's mathematically perfect, that's not going to help you make the ball.
Yeah.
It will visually, but it's not going to help you actually execute the stroke. That is all on you and your feel.
When this table right here is playing really tough for these kids.
It's just tough.
It's
man.
almost unfair.
Yeah.
Because she didn't necessarily hit that ball terrible. And this right here is going to be a tester for Deke.
If it's froze, it gives him a much better chance to make it. If it's off just a hair, that's where it gets tricky.
Yeah, look at that. That's the
wisdom.
That's the wisdom
experience
of a really veteran pool player.
I'm telling you. And I mean, this isn't his first rodeo. This is not his first rodeo. Look at that. What a shot. Man, we've got a grudge match going here.
This is great. This is the match that I wanted. These kids are just out here competing, just really, really good.
And that's great. I mean, you know, everybody's gonna take this so far. I mean, every game is such a great experience. All the training that they did this week, man. I mean, it's amazing to have. How many 10-year-olds do you know that can spend hours upon hours upon hours doing one thing all day long and in training hard at it and not in like training like champions? You know, we had these two kids in a very elite group of kids doing the same drills and having to stay focused and being respectful and not getting irritated, blah, 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 right? They were unbelievable.
Look at how cool is this. Great. I don't mean to take away, but I'm looking through here, and there's a young blonde-haired kid, really, really small. He might even be smaller than Deke. And
that's Caleb over there. Or it might be his brother. Yeah, Joshua.
They're playing each other, yeah. So he was so super serious when he got down on that shot. It's just so, like, just being able to scan this room is really cool.
Joshua's only 8 years old, and so I know a little bit about him. I met him and worked with him quite a bit.
8 years
He's
old?
8 years old, and he can run out. I mean, I watched him run 5 or 6 balls in a row. The kid can play. He's not, at 8 years old. It's amazing. And he was just so funny.
Did you notice that?
Look at that.
The break, pop, hold, and don't move until you need to. That is fundamentally sound.
Yeah, I was working with that Joshua, and he walks up to me and he like kind of pulls on my shirt, and I'm like, "What's that? What's going on over there?" You know? And I look down, and he's looking up at me, and I thought he was going to ask something, or I don't know what he was going to ask me really, but he said, "I want to play you." I was like, "What?"
Get called out by an 8-year-old.
He said, "I want to play you, Coach Gray. I want to see how good you are." And I was like, "Well, maybe not right now, because if we start playing, then the other kids are going to want to play. But I don't know. You just got to love it, right?"
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ooh, he went for the little two-way there. Did he get it? Oh, he barely missed the three.
Bear with me for just a
That's
second,
okay.
Joey. I took your screen away.
Yeah.
Got to make a little check on something.
So Jordan, I think she has a little cut on this two to the side. Potential to get out from here. Cut this two in because she's got a lot of balls hanging. Ooh, oh, she tried to play that safety. Now, I think that may be something in the future that me and her work on a little bit, is focusing on checking the availability for those cut shots, because I don't want to see her making those, giving up shots, you know, because that's giving up a little bit of a shot, because she's way talented enough to make that ball. Even though those safeties do pay dividends, it's when to execute them and when not to. But obviously, being 10 years old, playing percentages is hard to get accustomed to, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
So, Deke, go for the 4.
Joey's watch the match.